Chapter 4127. Translator, Nyobo Studio Longyang's killing intent. Let's go! Then, Lu Chen laughed loudly and led the countless experts into the distance. From afar, there were about 10 to 20,000 people, and there were many experts. In fact, Long Ling would not allow Lin Ling to leave. After leaving Lord Ning, she would be responsible for the defense of the entire Spirit Light City. Her first order would naturally be to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, he did not hesitate to use a large number of sapphire spirit flowers as the price. Of course, these sapphire spiritual flowers originally belonged to these people. As long as they joined the Spirit Nation, they would be able to obtain them. Even if they did not join the Spirit Nation, as long as they killed a member of the Godslayer Alliance, they would also be able to obtain a reward. This was because, in the eyes of the Spirit Nation, the Godslayer Alliance and the Serpent Tribe were traitors. Naturally, the Spirit Nation would kill all traitors. Moreover, the Spirit Nation did not force those who were hesitating to join the Spirit Nation. Instead, they gave them enough time to consider and even offered some treasures as a lure. Because they knew that a true expert wouldn't be able to win their hearts by force. Sister Long, look in the distance. Many people are starting to appear. As for Longyang and Little South, they flew across the wasteland and sensed the changes in the distance. What a bunch of trash. All they think about is reaching the heavens in a single bound. Longyang said sarcastically. She naturally knew that those people came from the final world and 9 prefectures. They thought that this was the land of the divine treasures, so they flocked over. Therefore, after the Spirit Nation had paid a certain amount of treasures, they had forgotten their roots and were willing to do anything. According to what we've seen on our way here, there aren't many strong cultivators outside of Spirit Light City. However, we can't guarantee that there won't be more strong cultivators after this. Therefore, for safety's sake, we should try our best to avoid conflict with others and hide Lin Ling. Longyang looked at Little South and said. Then, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was pale, and his breathing seemed to have stopped. Moreover, rumbling sounds came from his body from time to time. This let her know that this resolute man was most likely seriously injured this time. She knew that Lin Ling had fought countless battles and was riddled with injuries, but this was the first time she had seen Lin Ling unconscious because of injuries. Fighting against the leader of the 9 states' most vicious 10, was this Lin Ling's strongest ability? This level of strength was truly terrifying. Although that battle ended in a draw, it did not hinder the pride of that battle. It's no wonder that every time I see him, his strength would increase tremendously. So that's how he got his strength. He's been through life and death battles time and time again. Longyang whispered as she walked with Little South. Yeah, the battle just now was too intense. Little South nodded and said with admiration, there must be countless scars on his body. Scars are also a symbol of a martial artist. It represents how many ups and downs he has gone through. Longyang smiled. Her gaze suddenly fell on a barren wall in the distance. There was an imperceptible cave there. Then she led Lin Ling into the cave. What we need now is time. Time for Lin Ling to recover, so it's better to hide. The Godslayer Alliance has attracted the attention of all the experts. This can also buy some time for Lin Ling. Longyang said after entering the cave. Little South began to set up a barrier to hide the cave. She also knew that this concealment might only be temporary, but it was enough. The two of them quickly sat down cross-legged in the cave. They looked at Lin Ling, who was lying on the ground, and their gazes continued to flicker. Longyang, in particular, had the most complicated expression on her face. Her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Ling's chiseled face. For a moment, a murderous intent rose in her heart. She thought of the man who had taken away her most precious thing in the Spirit Province. She thought of how that man had brutally destroyed her that night, giving her the greatest shame in her life. And now, she had the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. In fact, if she moved a finger, Lin Ling would die. All kinds of thoughts rose in her heart, but more of them were murderous intents. Beside her, Little South's body suddenly trembled. She had sensed Longyang's murderous intent. She was in disbelief. Sister Long wanted to kill Lin Ling? She wanted to stop her, but Long Yang said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't kill him." However, after saying this, Long Yang continued to stare at Lin Ling. The murderous intent in her eyes did not diminish. Little South was shocked. She was still on guard against Long Yang because that was her promise to Lin Ling. Fortunately, although Long Yang's murderous intent was very strong, she had controlled it well and did not attack Lin Ling. How ironic. What a helpless life. A moment later, Long Yang suddenly smiled. Her smile was very beautiful, but it also carried a sense of exasperation and helplessness. The enemy of my life is right in front of me, but I can't kill him. She shook her head. When she thought of how this man had domineeringly fought the spirit country and saved 2 of the 9 states' 10 perils, as well as the promise he had made to them, she could not do it. Forget it. If I really want to kill you, I won't do it while you're heavily injured. I'll kill you fair and square and defeat you. Finally, Long Yang seemed to have made a decision. The murderous intent in her eyes finally disappeared. When Little South saw this, she finally sighed. However, she felt as if this was the first time she had met Long Yang. Long Yang had given her the impression that she was very easy to talk to. However, she never thought that this woman would hide her intentions so deeply and that her ambitions would be so great. Long Yang did not seem to know what Little South was thinking. She left after saying that, "Little South, keep an eye on him. I'll go take a look nearby." "Alright." Little South nodded. After Long Yang left, she finally felt a sense of relief. It was as if the person whom she had interacted with was not Long Yang but someone she did not know. "Senior Lin Ling, hurry up and recover." Little South then gently wiped the sweat off Lin Ling's face. She noticed that Lin Ling's brows were furrowed and relaxed at times. She immediately knew that this man must be enduring inhumane torture. However, this man had continued to chat cheerfully with everyone despite such pain. He did not look like he was seriously injured at all. Clearly, he had endured all the pain alone. Little South was very clear about this and was even more curious about Lin Ling now. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was indeed in a state of chaos. The power from the indigo spirit flower was wreaking havoc on Lin Ling's body. This was because Lin Ling had refined too many indigo spirit flowers at once. That tremendous power was not something that Lin Ling could withstand at the moment. Now Lin Ling could not do anything at all. He could only watch helplessly as the indigo spirit flowers wreaked havoc on his body. As a result, the side effects of his forceful fusion of the Dragon God's innate talent and the Primal Chaos innate talent did not disappear for a long time. Furthermore, it was difficult for him to recover from the serious injuries that Wang Shui had inflicted on him. The only thing he could rely on now was the Primal Chaos Divine Technique. Chapter 41-28. A Mysterious Voice. If the refining speed of this technique was not as fast as the destruction, then Lin Ling would be completely destroyed in the end and die in this era. Of course, if the speed of refinement exceeded the speed of destruction, then not only would Lin Ling not die, he would also gain unimaginable benefits. Life and death at this moment. As for Lin Ling, once the pain reached its limit, it would become numb. It was as if he had lost control of his body. He could not feel anything. Therefore, at this moment, he felt as if he was dreaming. "He's back." After an unknown amount of time, an aged voice suddenly resounded in Lin Ling's soul. This left Lin Ling a bit confused. His soul quietly awoke and he discovered that he was in a vast expanse of white clouds. But as he was in these clouds, his soul actually felt extremely comfortable. Where is this? Lin Ling frowned slightly as his mind went blank. However, he soon recalled that in order to save the God-slaying alliance, he had battled with Lord Ning and had been severely injured. But why did he suddenly appear here? Lin Ling's mind was in a daze, but the clouds around him made him feel very comfortable, so he quietly stood in the clouds, enjoying the peace and tranquility. What a strange place. Lin Ling thought to himself. The boundless clouds seemed to have a spirit. When they passed by Lin Ling's body, it was as if a gentle hand was caressing him. "Oh!" Lin Ling let out a carefree moan. The clouds and mist in the distance were surging and rolling. Under the illumination of the sun, A resplendent golden color could be seen in front of him. When this vastness entered his eyes, Lin Ling was also mesmerized by it. Lin Ling could be considered to have traveled extensively in his life and had seen countless wonders. However, the wonder in front of him made him feel as if he could swallow mountains and rivers. "Old friend, you're back." At this moment, an ancient and benevolent voice suddenly drifted out from the endless sea of clouds. "Who?" Lin Ling was startled. He looked around, but there was only endless fog in front of him. He couldn't see anyone. "Who are you?" Lin Ling frowned. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that the voice was very familiar, as if he had heard it before. But he was also sure that he had never seen that mysterious man before. However, the rolling sea of clouds was still rolling, but the sound had disappeared. The surroundings were incomparably quiet. With no other choice, Lin Ling could only follow the surging sea of clouds. Stubbornness arose in his heart, and he especially wanted to know who was talking to him. Rumble. As he leaped through the sea of clouds, the vast ancient clouds were stirred up by him. From afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. Lin Ling sprinted all the way, but the scenery in front of him didn't change at all. It was still a sea of clouds, and this sea of clouds seemed to have no end. As for Lin Ling, it was as if he didn't know what fatigue was, and he continued to chase forward. He didn't know how long this chase lasted. It was as if countless years had passed, but it also felt like a short moment. "Old friend, when it's time to return, you'll return. It's still early now, and this is the chaos of the beginning of the world. There's no end. You should go back." Finally, the ancient voice sounded again, and Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He frowned and shouted, "Who are you?" "You should go back." However, in the rolling sea of clouds, endless echoes drifted out. Then, Lin Ling felt that the world was spinning, as if he had fallen from the sea of clouds into the mortal world. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling suddenly sat up, and then his eyes were a little blank. This place was no longer in the sea of clouds, but in a cave. The cave was very clean and tidy, but other than him, there was no one else to be seen. "Where is this?" Lin Ling's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he continuously tried to recall. Gradually, his memories before he fainted also quietly recovered. He remembered that he was seriously injured, and then Senior Luchan took him, Lin Ling, and left. Could it be that Senior Luchan left him, Lin Ling, in this cave? What about Senior Luchan and the rest? Also, what was with the sea of clouds just now? Was it a dream? Lin Ling was still a little confused, but he had an intuition that what happened just now wasn't a dream. Instead, it was as if his soul had gone to a mysterious place in the void, and there was someone he knew in that place. However, who was that person? That's right, he said that it was still early to return. What did that mean? Lin Ling slapped his forehead, but he had no clue. Then, he sensed his whole body and was immediately surprised to find that not only had his body recovered, but his strength had also greatly improved. He remembered that before he fainted, he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to let the Chaos Divine Formula refine the indigo spiritual flower. His life or death would depend on the Chaos Divine Formula. To his surprise, the Chaos Divine Formula did not let him down, as it had refined the chaotic force in his body. Everything has returned to normal. Could it be that something happened while I was sleeping? Lin Ling was overjoyed. He did not expect to overcome another great tribulation, and he did it without knowing it. It seemed like Lin Ling was not destined to die yet. My cultivation has improved. Following this, Lin Ling sensed the realm essence in his body and discovered that among his 6 dantians, his first dantian had successfully achieved the 3rd layer martial god realm. The other 5 dantians were still in the 2nd layer martial god realm. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling discovered that his devil jellyfish body had also entered the ranks of the acquired divine fetus. It seemed like it was the effect of the remaining force of the indigo spiritual flower. That being said, the indigo spiritual flower was indeed terrifying. Even though it was able to improve one's talent, its side effects were quite strong too. It seemed like he would have to refine it carefully next time. Currently, Lin Ling still had quite a number of indigo spiritual flowers, which were enough to improve his talents to the next level. However, after experiencing the Great Tribulation where he was forced to explode, Lin Ling did not dare to act recklessly for the time being. Currently, my 6 stanchions have all achieved the godly embryo realm. My flesh's strength has reached 150,000 worlds worth of force. Even without the innate talent, it's still 100,000 worlds worth of force, and my speed is 10,000 worlds worth of speed. Lin Ling was inexplicably excited. Only when he sensed his strength did he realize how much he had improved this time. He clearly knew that if it weren't for the battle of life and death with Wang Shui, even if he managed to achieve a breakthrough in the future, his strength would not have improved so significantly. It was obvious that the outcome of the battle with Wang Shui had exceeded Lin Ling's expectations. That being said, Lin Ling did not have much time to consider. He had no choice but to risk his life. 3rd layer Martial God Realm. Next, Lin Ling became inexplicably excited. His hands began to form complicated seals to activate the god's heritage treasure. Rumble. The cave shuddered slightly, causing the air to ripple. Following this, cracks began to appear in front of Lin Ling, revealing the treasure hidden in the rift. Where's the giant ghost? Chapter 41-29. Activate the god's legacy treasure. Because the giant ghost had been by his side the last time he opened the treasure trove, Lin Ling suddenly felt that something was missing when the giant ghost wasn't with him this time. You're awake. Just as Lin Ling thought of the giant ghost, a figure floated in from outside the cave. It was about the size of a palm. It was the giant ghost. Giant ghost! Lin Ling shouted excitedly. You're really going all out. You actually swallowed so many sapphire spiritual flowers at once. Moreover, after your major talents were upgraded, you immediately went all out. At that time, your body had not adapted to that kind of power. Moreover, you fought with Wang Shui head-on. You're lucky to be alive now. The giant ghost lightly said. Compared to when they first met, it was clear that the giant ghost was less ferocious and more human. At that time, I had no other choice. Lin Ling shrugged helplessly. If he fought with his life on the line, the spirit nation might not let him go. However, it's very strange. When you were unconscious, a mysterious power was born in your body and continued to refine the blue spiritual flower. Moreover, it managed the chaotic realm essence in your body. Looking at its might, it seems to be extremely extraordinary, said the giant ghost. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He knew that what the giant ghost was talking about was the primal chaos divine formula. By the way, Longyang, where are Lu Chen and the others? Lin Ling did not explain the primal chaos divine formula because it was his biggest secret. This void is currently in chaos because you have been sleeping for 3 years. Over the past 3 years, the Spirit Nation has issued a warrant for your arrest in this void. Furthermore, foreign martial artists are also searching for you, as well as the God-Slayer Alliance and the Serpent Clan. The giant ghost said, there were a few times when you were almost in danger. It was Longyang and Little South who lured them away. No wonder you've been outside all this time. You're probably trying to prevent others from approaching. Lin Ling also guessed what was going on and was secretly grateful to the giant ghost. He knew that the giant ghost was definitely waiting outside the cave. After all, he was at his weakest when he was asleep, and anyone could kill him. The Spirit Nation is looking for me? Then Lin Ling frowned and thought of the 10 of the 9 states. He immediately guessed that Lu Chen alone would not be able to stop the 10 of the 9 states. The God-Slayer Alliance suffered heavy casualties as well. Many experts from the final world had entered this realm. The Spirit Nation had treated the God-Slayer Alliance as a traitor and had used treasures as bait to annihilate the God-Slayer Alliance and the Serpent Clan. The giant ghost seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's worries. It said, currently, I'm not too sure where the God-Slayer Alliance has fled to. During the first year, I could roughly guess their location, but it's too chaotic now. The Spirit Nation is so powerful? Aren't they afraid of the 4 gods? Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Of course, they are afraid of the 4 great gods right now. However, among those who have entered this place, Who knows that the will of the world is behind the spirit nation? The giant ghost suddenly asked. That's true. Lin Ling nodded. If the four great gods had announced that the will of the world was behind the spirit nation, no one would have dared to be so arrogant. He knew that in the eyes of others, the spirit nation was the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Naturally, they would not miss out on a reward from the spirit nation. The spirit nation's foundation is not weak. I've heard from the passers-by that the sapphire spiritual flower that you had plundered previously was only a small treasure of the spirit nation. It's not even worth mentioning to the entire spirit nation. Moreover, the spirit nation has also issued a reward. Whoever catches you will have all the sapphire spiritual flowers in your possession. Think about it, a spiritual flower that can increase one's talent. The giant ghost recounted everything that it had seen in the past 3 years. Based on what you've said, the matter here should have attracted the attention of the gods. Lin Ling listened quietly and then said, That's right. Through the giant ghost's words, he knew that only the 4 great gods could open this void. Otherwise, whether it was him or the God-Slayer Alliance, they would be trapped like beasts. It won't be long before the gods arrive. The giant ghost immediately nodded. The spirit nation is really terrifying. Lin Ling was relieved when he heard this. Then he said in shock, A sealed void. Unless the gods intervened, no one would be able to open it. It was just like the Phoenix Emperor Spring in the past. No matter what, it's great that you've awakened. At least you won't be at the mercy of others. Your strength has increased again? Gosh, your cultivation speed is too fast. The giant ghost stared at Lin Ling and exclaimed in disbelief. It sensed that Lin Ling had reached the level 3 martial god realm. However, it remembered that Lin Ling had only reached the level 2 martial god realm 4 years ago. Even in the era of the gods, no one had ever advanced to the martial god realm in 4 years. I've risked my life. How could I not improve my cultivation level? Lin Ling rolled his eyes and said. Following this, he stared at the inherited treasure in front of him. The giant ghost did the same too. This was because they all knew that even though there weren't many treasures that appeared, each one of them was incomparably precious. Currently, Lin Ling had reached the last level of the early stage martial god realm. They could not help but wonder what kind of treasures would appear. There are still 3 of them. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he sensed the treasures. It seems like there will only be more treasures after you reach the early stage martial god realm. Let's see what they are. The giant ghost wore a curious look. Godly stones, 50 of them this time. Lin Ling did not hesitate. He waved his hands and summoned a large number of godly stones. The giant ghost revealed a rare smile. However, its smile was slightly ferocious. 50 godly stones, more than the previous 2 times. Besides, Lin Ling still had more godly stones than the previous 2 times. How many godly stones do you have now? The giant ghost asked. A total of 80 pieces. Lin Ling quickly checked as well. That's good. Since you can even refine the blue spiritual flower, these godly stones will not be able to withstand your refinement. Previously, I was worried that you could not withstand the divine energy of the godly stones. However, it seems like you can refine the godly stones quickly and increase your divine energy. By the way, your physical strength has also increased greatly. This will greatly increase your endurance. The giant ghost said. He knew that it would not be long before Lin Ling's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Currently, I have 16 strands of divine energy. If I refine all the godly stones, I wonder how many strands of divine energy I will have. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling began to look forward to it. Naturally, he was well aware of the strength of divine energy. If he could raise the level of divine energy, his strength would increase by another 30%. Let's check out the rest. After that, Lin Ling took out the second treasure. As expected, the second treasure was the divine essence. There were 3 of them, and they were used to increase Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire element. Chapter 4130. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Netherworld Massacre Order. As expected of the fire inheritance. Lin Ling put it away and looked at the last treasure. He knew that it was the last treasure that could save his life. A black token appeared in his hand, emitting a faint nether aura. What is this? Lin Ling was stunned. He waved the token around but did not find anything special about it. Could this be? The giant ghost, on the other hand, found it familiar. It shot towards Lin Ling and snatched the black token from Lin Ling's hand. It started to examine it. Lin Ling was speechless as he looked at the giant ghost. The giant ghost was only the size of a fist, but it was hugging a black token that was bigger than it. It looked hilarious. The giant ghost looked at the token for a while and said in shock, "Could this be the Netherworld Massacre Order? Titi, who is the owner of this divine inheritance? How did he get his hands on such a treasure? Is it very powerful?" Lin Ling blinked and became even more curious. This is the Netherworld Massacre Order, that a powerful divine inheritance has signed a contract with the Nether God. With the Netherworld Massacre Order, one can open the door to the Netherworld and summon the Nether soldiers. The giant ghost said word by word. Lin Ling's jaw dropped. The underworld had always been mysterious, and it was a place that Lin Ling had never been to. However, the underworld was incomparably powerful. Even the Thunder God had to get the approval of the god of the underworld if he wanted someone. Borrowing the Netherworld Massacre Order? That was too unbelievable. Those Nether soldiers are not to be underestimated. They are immortal and can kill any martial god realm experts and bring their souls into the Netherworld. Therefore, this token is also known as the Netherworld Massacre Order. However, your token is black. I remember that there was a Purple World Massacre Order. TSK, all the soldiers are Nether Riders. They can even bring the divine inheritance into the Nether world. The giant ghost said, "That's too powerful. Isn't this the same as King Yama's death warrant?" Lin Ling was also shocked. This meant that with the token, he could summon the Netherworld soldiers to help him. This third-layer martial god realm life-saving treasure is even scarier than the previous two treasures. It's most likely beyond the level of innate god weapons. Lin Ling carefully put away the token. He knew that this was the trump card that would make him invincible in the martial god realm. By the way, how many times can I use this token? Then, Lin Ling stared at the giant ghost. How many times? Of course it's only once. A command medallion represents a single contract. Don't tell me you're thinking of using it countless times. If that's the case, then you're an infernal deity. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the giant ghost was speechless. It's fine if it's only once. After all, the succession treasure can still be opened after I rank up once. There must be something inside that is on par with the underworld world slaughtering badge. Lin Ling twisted his lips. Hearing this, the giant ghost rolled its eyes at Lin Ling. It was speechless at Lin Ling's greed. It then exclaimed, "That being said, the owner of the succession treasure is no ordinary person. No wonder so many people are fighting for it. With this treasure, unless you're going against all the martial gods in the world, you'll be able to rank up without any trouble. Such an expensive item must have its benefits. Let's not talk about that. I'll refine the god essence pieces first." Lin Ling nodded. 3 pieces of the god essence pieces appeared in his hand. He then began to refine them. He knew that many people were trying to rob him in the outside world. Therefore, it was not a bad idea to improve his strength. Sizzle sizzle. As Lin Ling refined the god essence pieces, golden flames burst out from Lin Ling's body and set the entire cave on fire. This guy's flame of the human monarch is getting bigger and bigger. The giant ghost narrowed its eyes and then flew out of the cave. Inside the cave, Lin Ling was surrounded by golden flames. His entire body became illusory. Behind him, the celestial body of the human monarch appeared. It was as if it wanted to unify the world. The 3 pieces in Lin Ling's hand were the comprehension of the fire-based god essence pieces. At this moment, they were like fireflies. They turned into sparkling lights and sprinkled around Lin Ling's body. At this moment, all the great Tao of fire from the ancient times, the era of the gods, and the present age quietly gushed out. It was as if someone was whispering in Lin Ling's ear. Why was fire born in this void? Lin Ling's comprehension of the fire-based god essence pieces was also increasing crazily. The way of fire was the martial art that Lin Ling had been practicing since he was young. Therefore, his foundation in this area had always been very solid. In addition, what Lin Ling obtained was the essence left behind by the gods. Therefore, his comprehension was also faster. 3 flames of heaven, earth, and man-lord flame, great earth flame, and great heavenly flame. In the endless golden flames, a majestic voice drifted out. Then, the golden flames rushed from the cave to the sky as if they were going to burn everything. Great heavenly flame. This was also the 3rd level of Lin Ling's self-created ability. It represented the gods and his own comprehension of the way of fire. In the ancient times, the ancients had no flames. When they saw the heavenly flame, they borrowed the flame seed to pass it down to this day. Therefore, to the people of the world, no matter how many ways there were to create a flame seed, the first flame came from the sky. The flame of the sky was the ancestor god of flames. Rumble. In the sky above the cave, countless golden flames were burning. They were like layers of clouds that stretched to the distant sky. What is that? This scene was naturally seen by some martial artists not far away. Their eyes focused, and suddenly, a feeling of worship was born. It was as if they had seen the heavenly flame, as if they had seen the King of Men. However, the mysterious scene in the sky disappeared as quickly as it appeared. When they were carefully comprehending it, the flames had completely disappeared. This also stunned many people on the spot. Then they licked their lips. Although they didn't know what the flames were, they had a feeling that it was a kind of rare treasure. A rare treasure has appeared, and I'm actually fated to see it. It seems like it's destined. Maybe I'm the reincarnation of a god. Bullshit, do you think I'm transparent? I saw it too. What do you mean by destined? I think that treasure is mine. Damn it, do you have to fight with me? Many people were also excited about the mysterious flames. Then, they leaped forward in an attempt to try their luck. This scene seemed slow, but in fact, Lin Ling had spent a lot of time comprehending it. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged in the cave. However, outside his body, flames were lingering. The golden light was dazzling, forming a King of Men Dharma idol that was majestic without being angry. Clang. Finally, Lin Ling opened his eyes. A wisp of golden flames flickered in his eyes. In a short moment, an incomparably terrifying King of Men aura exploded. However, when Lin Ling closed his eyes again, it completely disappeared. Great Heavenly Flame. Chapter 41-31. Search. 20 streams of godly force. Together with the Great Earth Flame, the human Emperor's flame alone has 30 streams of godly force. Lin Ling stared at the fiery vortex in his hand. His eyes flickered with astonishment, as expected of the godly fetus. After comprehending the godly fetus, his godly force had increased by a few times. Furthermore, this was only the human Emperor's flame. If the lightning lock flesh also improved his godly force, it would not be any weaker than the human Emperor's flame. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had no clue how to comprehend the lightning lock flesh. I've been cultivating for quite some time. It's time for me to go out. Clenching his fist, the fiery vortex disappeared. Following this, Lin Ling rose to his feet. His eyes seemed to be able to see the outside of the cave. However, deep inside his eyes, there was a hint of confidence and battle intent. The reason being that his strength had improved by more than a few times during the mission. Not only had his cultivation improved, even the strength of his flesh and godly force had improved significantly. On top of that, he had obtained 2 great treasures. One was the Underworld World Massacre Badge, and the other was the Beast Hide Map. The Beast Hide Map was also a rare treasure. However, it was still slightly weaker than the Underworld World Massacre Badge. On top of that, Lin Ling also had quite a number of sapphire spiritual flowers and D stones. In other words, with the improvement of his talent and godly force, he would not be lacking treasures in the short term. However, Lin Ling was still lacking the treasures needed to improve his boundary force. Until now, among Lin Ling's 6 stanchions, Only his first dantian had reached the third layer martial god realm. The stronger my strength, the more resources I'll need to cultivate. During the era of the gods, the birth of the gods was most likely due to the accumulation of countless precious resources. Lin Ling exclaimed. If the others had already done so, he would need even more treasures to cultivate all 6 dantians at the same time. Therefore, he sometimes secretly felt lucky that he was able to break through so quickly. He, Lin Ling, could be considered to have hit the jackpot. Is the cultivation done? At that instant, the giant ghost flew into the cave. Lin Ling nodded, tidied up his clothes, and then thanked the giant ghost. Thank you for your hard work during this time. It's fine. Just remember to help me find my origins. The giant ghost shook its head. Of course I remember. Lin Ling left the cave with the giant ghost. Then he looked into the distance and discovered that the cave was hidden on a barren wall. However, there were a lot of barriers around it. Therefore, if one didn't get close, they wouldn't be able to detect it. It was set up by that trial taker called Little South. She looks pure, but she's not weak. When the giant ghost saw Lin Ling's gaze, it immediately explained. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. I wonder where they are now. I should be able to find them, including the God Extermination Alliance. Take your time. You'll eventually find them. By the way, when you were unconscious, Long Yang wanted to kill you several times. However, she held herself back in the end. On the contrary, the cave was almost discovered several times. It was she who lured the intruders away. This Long Yang kept her promise. However, she was able to suppress her killing intent. This shows that she has good self-control. However, I believe that when she made her move, she would definitely fail. Perhaps. Lin Ling led the giant ghost into the cave and walked slowly along the barren land. Their primary goal was naturally to find the God Extermination Alliance. Of course, Lin Ling also wanted to plunder some treasures to upgrade his 5 dantians. After all, he knew that most of the cultivators who had come to this void were here for him. Since they dared to come, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. But you don't have any impression of your origins, right? Actually, I've always had a guess. As they continued walking, Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and turned to the giant ghost. It's like this. You appeared in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Therefore, I'm guessing that you might be the other side of the 8 gods. I heard that the 8 gods have 8 sides, which represent good and evil. That person called Xianxia, the giant ghost that follows him, seems to be the other side of the 8 gods. Hearing this, the giant ghost fell silent. Lin Ling did not disturb it because he knew that the giant ghost had its own guesses. Look, there's someone there. As Lin Ling continued walking, someone suddenly exclaimed behind him. Then, more than 10 figures turned into rainbows and flew over, blocking Lin Ling's path. The leader was a man who looked to be in his 30s. However, his strength was not weak. He was a 7th-level martial god and possessed a 10th-grade ultimate desolate body. Of course, those who could appear here were naturally super experts of the final world. They were definitely not weak. I think I've seen him somewhere before. A woman beside the man said with a frown. However, she could not recall where she had seen him before. As a matter of fact, the man was familiar with Lin Ling too, but he could not recall Lin Ling's background. He observed Lin Ling and said calmly, "What's your cultivation?" Lin Ling was startled. The man was asking him what his cultivation was? However, Lin Ling did not try to hide it. He said calmly, "3rd-level martial god realm. You dare to come here with such a cultivation? Are you out of your mind for the treasure?" An old man beside the man snapped furiously. His voice was filled with disdain. This is the young master of Duke Lu's residence in E City, an expert of the 3rd hall of the E Garden. Our young master is asking you if you've seen any treasure nearby. They were obviously here for the golden flames they had seen before. I haven't seen any. Lin Ling glanced at them with great interest. Initially, Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to them since they were so weak. However, Lin Ling suddenly recalled that he still needed to gather some information to know if there were any changes to the rift, thus he was not in a rush. Did you steal that kind of treasure? I'm telling you, The treasure belongs to our Lu clan. If you hand it over at once, I'll spare your life. The man said coldly when he saw Lin Ling's calm reaction. To be honest, I have no idea what the treasure you're talking about is. However, I'm guessing that even if I do have the treasure. Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and shook his head. You might not be able to get it either. Are you trying to die? The man was infuriated hearing this. How dare a third-level martial god realm junior act so scornfully? Bang! His realm essence immediately erupted. Moreover, his innate talent was displayed. It was a mysterious leaf, but it released an incomparable might. The 10th grade ultimate desolated flesh. Even in the 36 academies, this was a rare existence. Unfortunately, his opponent was trial taker Lin Ling. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. Was it because he had been in seclusion for too long that the people in the final world could no longer recognize him? Young Master Lu, you can't. Chapter 41-32. Can't swallow it. However, the man called Young Master Lu did not listen to the woman and immediately attacked. Endless leaves floated out, slicing through everything. As the wind blew, more and more leaves appeared, drowning everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. Upon closer inspection, the sky was filled with leaves. However, even the air was being sliced apart, and the void was being sliced apart. Clearly, young Master Lu planned to use his powerful talent to force Lin Ling. Moreover, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He still believed that Lin Ling had stolen the golden flame from before, so if he killed Lin Ling, he would be able to obtain such a rare treasure. Young Master Lu. The woman still wanted to stop him. Time is tight. Many people will be here soon, so let's make the first move. After all, even if we don't attack, others will. However, the old man next to her stopped her. Killing Lin Ling would save them time and reduce unnecessary trouble. The endless leaves drowned Lin Ling like swords. The sound of leaves colliding was ear-piercing, like the sound of swords clashing, but with a touch of divine aura. Seeing this, the woman stopped trying to persuade him. She thought that Lin Ling might have a powerful background, but now it seemed that she was overthinking because Lin Ling seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Is the power of a god going to be born? Then, the woman stared at the leaves around her and said in shock. She knew that young Master Lu's move was called the Realm Leaf Kill. It was extremely powerful and was about to give birth to the power of a god. Once it was born, young Master Lu's ranking on the stairway to heaven would definitely rise. That's it. At this moment, young Master Lu laughed disdainfully in the endless leaves. I thought you were someone important, but it turns out you're just a weakling. However, just as he finished speaking, a blinding light appeared. It was a golden light, mixed in with the dense leaves, and began to increase in number. In the end, the endless golden light was like a sea urchin, shooting out from the densest leaves in the center. Boom! Then all the leaves were shattered into pieces. A faint figure slowly walked out from within. His pace did not seem fast, but it was filled with a domineering aura. Who else could it be but me? This time, young Master Lu was stunned. The woman, the old man, and the others were also stunned. What kind of method was this? It was too fierce. As for young Master Lu, he stood there in a daze, but his expression became extremely ugly. This person had broken through his killing move? I've always been curious about what treasure you're looking for. But now, I seem to have guessed it. Lin Ling was still moving forward, completely ignoring everyone's expressions. What a surprise, you're pretty impressive. You're the weakest third-layer martial god I've ever seen. Young Master Lu also sneered. A green leaf floated out from his palm. It kept spinning, but there was an irresistible majestic force mixed within it. Divine power. Sensing Ye's feedback, the woman's eyes trembled. Young Master Lu had comprehended the power of God? Looks like I've underestimated young Master Lu. Young Master Lu didn't even use his full strength earlier. You're also the weakest 7th-layer martial god I've ever seen. Meanwhile, Lin Ling spoke calmly. What he said was indeed the truth. Up until now, all the 7th-layer martial gods he had fought against had possessed the god embryo. Shameless boasting, die. Young Master Lu tossed the green leaf forward. The mysterious leaf instantly vanished as it weaved through the rift at the speed of 6,000 worlds. The speed was not slow at all. An ordinary third-layer martial god would most likely be killed with a single blow. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was still holding his hands behind him. He did not seem to be doing anything, yet the green leaf had penetrated his body. Young Master Lu was startled. How did he end the battle so quickly? However, Lin Ling soon reappeared. The figure that the leaf had penetrated was only an illusionary figure. Most importantly, Lin Ling's speed was just too fast. It had completely exceeded their senses. What? Young Master Lu was overjoyed, but his eyes suddenly widened. However, Lin Ling was still walking toward him calmly with his hands behind him. The leaf with the god force kept penetrating Lin Ling's body, but it was only an illusionary figure. The crowd was utterly terrified by Qi Nan's speed. Wasn't the man too calm facing the god force? Young Master Lu was extremely confident at the beginning, but his forehead was soon covered in cold sweat. Unless he was an idiot, he could easily tell that the young man's strength was a few times stronger than his. However, how could a third-layer martial god be so strong? How is this possible? Do you only know how to dodge? Young Master Lu could not help but curse. However, as soon as he finished the sentence, the leaf with the god force was stopped. Upon taking a closer look, a few jellyfish had appeared and blocked the leaf eerily. They even began to devour the god force. In the end, the god force was completely devoured by the jellyfish. The jellyfish were like demons with a godly aura that surpassed the ultimate desolate flesh. This caused everyone to be even more dumbfounded. Their legs continued to tremble, especially young Master Lu. He almost couldn't stand properly. You must be looking for this wisp of flame. As for Lin Ling, he came in front of young Master Lu. A wisp of golden flame appeared in his palm, jumping around like a spirit. Yes. Young Master Lu stared at the flame and swallowed his saliva. Finally, he nodded. It's called the Flame of the Human King. Lin Ling nodded as well. If you want it, sure. However, it will depend on whether you can withstand it. After saying this, Lin Ling gently raised the flame. Flame of the Human King? Could he be? Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the woman felt like she had been struck by lightning. This was because she had never seen Lin Ling before, but she had definitely heard of the Flame of the Human King. Below lay Gong's trial taker, the divine voice, Lin Ling's talent. He is Lin Ling. Upon thinking of this, the woman roared in horror. She never expected that the Lin Ling that the entire void was searching for would be here. Furthermore, according to the rumors, Lin Ling was heavily injured. However, from the looks of it, he did not look like he was heavily injured at all. Lin Ling. Young Master Lu stammered as he spoke. He naturally knew about the bounty issued by the Spirit Nation. Among them, the bounty for capturing Lin Ling was the highest. Furthermore, the Spirit Nation had said that although Lin Ling was a trial taker, the void here had been sealed. Therefore, even if the gods knew that Lin Ling was dead, they would not know who killed him. As such, everyone who entered this place went crazy. However, despite seeing many people from the God Slayer Alliance, they could not find Lin Ling. And now, young Master Lu's luck had come. He was the first to meet Lin Ling. Of course, young Master Lu also believed that this was not his luck, but his misfortune. Boom! A wisp of the Flame of the Human King landed on young Master Lu's body and immediately burned him. His realm essence and ultimate desolate body could not withstand a single blow. Chapter 4133. Translator, Nioibo Studio Crazy Assimilation. Witnessing Lin Ling's graceful bearing, the legs of the others trembled even more violently. They stuttered, unable to utter a single word. Next, it's your turn. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly turned around, and the flames in his hands scattered out like fireworks. Run! Mercy! Those people let out a loud cry, but it was a pity that they were too slow. They were burned by the flame of the human monarch and then started to be assimilated. After a moment, the way they looked at Lin Ling changed quietly. After Lin Ling's human monarch flame had comprehended the great heavenly flame, The assimilation speed had undoubtedly become even faster. What's the situation now? Where is the Genesis Alliance? And where are the trial by fire participants from the four gods? Lin Ling looked at them calmly and said, "My lord." Those who were assimilated had a look of worship and helplessness in their eyes. What they admired was the fact that they had an innate reverence for Lin Ling. What made them helpless was that they actually dared to provoke Lin Ling. Idiot! The old man who had connived to kill Lin Ling had given himself a vicious slap. My lord, the situation here is very chaotic. Not only are there the 9 states' 10 evils, but there are also many heroes fighting. I heard that there are even challengers who have declared themselves kings and are helping the Spirit Nation to eliminate the traitors. As for the Creation Alliance, they are still hiding in this void. Their speed of escape is very fast, so although they have been attacked, their foundation has not been harmed. Some people say that as long as they catch Luchin, the 9 lanterns fish, they will know the whereabouts of Lin Ling. The woman said respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to flicker. Was there a challenger helping the Spirit Nation? Longyang? Little South? Or Xianxia? Lin Ling instantly thought of Xianxia and felt that it was unbelievable. Of course, he was not too sure. Perhaps it was just a rumor. After all, the Spirit Nation was not on good terms with the four gods. If the challengers dared to help them, wouldn't they be betraying their own gods? Unless the reward offered by the Spirit Nation was too great, causing Xianxia to be bewitched. Or perhaps, the elites of the Spirit Nation had taken action and controlled Xianxia with tyrannical means. Shaking his head, Lin Ling turned his attention to the Creation Alliance. Then, do you know the whereabouts of the Creation Alliance? Someone said they saw them in the north. The woman said immediately. Lin Ling nodded and started thinking. Finally, he decided to look for Lu Chen and the others first. Hand over all your royal crystals. Following that, Lin Ling issued an order. Sir, everyone handed over their emperor crystals. However, all the emperor crystals added up were not enough for Lin Ling's dantian to break through. It wasn't even enough for one dantian to break through. Let's go to the north. Lin Ling put away the emperor crystals and prepared to gather enough emperor crystals to break through in one go. At present, he was not afraid of the martial artists in the void. However, he was afraid of the Spirit Nation. As long as the Spirit Nation did not send elites like Lord Ning, Lin Ling was confident that he could do whatever he wanted. Where are you? Along the way, Lin Ling sensed something in his heart. It was the people in white who had been assimilated by him in Spirit Light City. Those people were obviously with the Creation Alliance at this moment. Sir, you've awakened. Those people in white were still far away, but they could sense Lin Ling's words and were overjoyed. They also told the news to Lu Chen, which made the Creation Alliance very excited. Tell me the general location and I'll go find you. Lin Ling had roughly guessed that the Creation Alliance was not in big trouble at the moment, so he smiled and said. The people in white also told him the general direction. However, this void was ethereal and untraceable, and the ground was a wasteland, so Lin Ling could only know the general location. However, with the Human King's Flame's ability to sense those people, Lin Ling estimated that it should not be wrong. Of course, he also wanted to break through in his dantians, so he was constantly plundering Emperor crystals along the way. Stop, who are you? Lin Ling did not need to do anything to plunder the Emperor crystals. Those experts who had been assimilated before were like the vanguard, scrambling to get the credit. Who are you? We're just passing by. Why are you stopping us? Those who were stopped were naturally confused. In this void, wasn't the main goal to capture the Creation Alliance and Lin Ling? Get lost, we're going to capture the Creation Alliance now. What are you trying to do? After a moment of confusion, those people said angrily. Nothing, we're just asking you to give us some Emperor crystals to spend. Those who had been assimilated by Lin Ling finally bared their fangs. Damn it, you're robbing us. Do you know who we are? Hearing those words, the other party was naturally furious. However, after the collision, they were no match for Lin Ling's group. One by one, they were beaten black and blue and had to hand over their Emperor crystals. At this time, Lin Ling walked out of the crowd, sprinkled the human king's flame, and then moved forward again. There was no doubt that those people had become Lin Ling's followers again. Next, Lin Ling continued to plunder and assimilate his followers, causing more and more people to follow him. Damn it, Lin Ling is so hard to find. I've been looking for him for 3 years. I was the first batch of people to enter here, but I couldn't even find a strand of hair on Lin Ling. Only the Creation Alliance knows the whereabouts of Lin Ling. Alas, I heard that Lin Ling is seriously injured now. It's the best time to catch him. Yeah, Lin Ling has a treasure on him. Whoever gets it can become a divine fetus. What a pity. Along the way, Lin Ling also met more people. It's not hard to find because I'm right here. Unfortunately, the strength of those people was not strong, so Lin Ling easily made a move and assimilated them. Lin. My lord. The whole process of assimilation could be said to be smooth sailing. Those who were assimilated were also speechless. It was not easy to meet Lin Ling, but in the blink of an eye, they became Lin Ling's people, and they could not resist at all. The most depressing thing in life was nothing more than this. After arriving in the north, Lin Ling met even more powerhouses. These powerhouses came from all over the 9 regions. They were all prominent existences in the 9 regions. Moreover, there were many powerhouses from the final world's Duke's mansion. This caused Lin Ling to sigh inwardly. The final world was indeed a place filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Normally, there weren't many experts, but the moment a treasure appeared, these experts would rush out from the shadows. Treasures were indeed always tempting. As soon as he approached this new area, all kinds of voices came. Someone saw the Creation Alliance in that direction, but it's strange. The Creation Alliance seems to have stopped moving and has been wandering in that direction. Chapter 4134. It was the real deal. I also heard that those people were prepared to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling led a large number of people forward. When the people around him heard the rumors, they couldn't help but laugh. This was because they knew that he was talking about them. My lord, look. Then they all looked at Lin Ling. On the ancient wasteland, Lin Ling looked into the distance. Then he stared at the experts passing by from time to time in the sky and on the ground. Finally, he nodded and said, "Confess everything." All right. The people around him were all overjoyed. Then they moved out. All the cultivators they met along the way were stopped by them, and they directly tried to recruit them. "What are you doing?" "What? Trying to recruit us?" When they heard Lin Ling's intentions, everyone was astonished. An old man at the level 8 martial god realm said indifferently, "Don't tell me you've heard about the emergence of a new force recently, so you want to form a powerful force to fight against it. Besides, I can guess what you're planning. You must want to form a powerful force to wipe out the Creation Alliance and the Orochi tribe in one fell swoop. However, what makes you think you can recruit us?" The old man clasped his hands behind his back, as if everything was under his control. His words also made Lin Ling startled. This old guy's imagination was really rich. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling, who was under the protection of his subordinates, shook his head and strode out. As he walked, he looked around and realized that a large number of experts had gathered here, and there were still many people rushing over. This was even better. "My lord." Seeing Lin Ling come out, his people also saluted. They knew that mortal monarch Lin Ling was going to personally take action. "You are their leader." Everyone also stared at Lin Ling with a look of contempt, as if to say, "You want to recruit us? What qualifications do you have?" "Kid, I have to say that your ambition and ideas are very good. However, you're still too inexperienced. We're here for the treasure. If you want to recruit us, I'm afraid you'll have to pay more than the Spirit Nation." The old man with decent strength also narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Ling, but a thought flashed through his mind. Because this young man seemed a little familiar. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at them indifferently. Because he was waiting for more people to arrive. However, what made him speechless was that even though more and more people were arriving, not a single one of them was able to recognize him. On the contrary, those people were rubbing their chins as if they were thinking about something. In fact, they were also suspicious of Lin Ling. They felt that they had seen him somewhere before. However, they did not expect that the blue-robed man was Lin Ling. Perhaps, after 3 years of searching, they had become numb. They would never have thought that Lin Ling would appear in front of them. It's about time. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Pretty much? Are you saying that your reward is similar to that of the Spirit Nation? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man's eyes lit up. At present, he had also obtained a sapphire spiritual flower from the Spirit Nation. Although this treasure was a precious treasure, he obviously wanted more. First, he wanted to capture the people of the Creation Alliance and the Serpent Clan. Second, he wanted to join the Spirit Nation. In this regard, he naturally wanted to capture more people from the Creation Alliance. On the other hand, he didn't know if joining the Spirit Nation was a conspiracy, so he had been hesitating. Now, this young man actually said that his reward was similar to that of the Spirit Nation? This was a great bargain. Everyone was stunned and then laughed. Some of them even licked their lips excitedly, waiting for Lin Ling to take out a treasure to recruit them. In any case, from their point of view, this so-called recruitment was nothing more than a gathering of people, so why not? Therefore, the way they looked at Lin Ling had a faint hint of the word, idiot, in their eyes. Moreover, he was an idiot with a lot of money. When I said it's about time, it means that your number is about the same. But at this moment, Lin Ling shook his head. What do you mean? Undoubtedly, his words were like a basin of cold water that extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. Not much. First, I'm recruiting you. Not only will there be no treasure, but you will also have to give me treasures and all the royal crystals you have. Lin Ling said lightly. Thousands of experts in this area all opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. They had joined Lin Ling's side. Not only would there be no treasure, but they would also have to pay for it? What kind of logic was this? Second, the foreign army you mentioned is actually not that many people. Lin Ling said again. So, you want to recruit us to fight against that foreign army? The old man immediately said, squinting his eyes. Not to resist, but to strengthen. Because we are that foreign army. However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly made the old man's mouth open. He was so shocked that 3 duck eggs could be stuffed in. Because he thought that Lin Ling's purpose of recruiting people was to fight against that foreign army. Previously, he even praised Lin Ling for his ambition and ideas. But who knew that the foreign army was this group of people? Third, in fact, we are the Lin Ling that you are looking for. Lin Ling's words were not going to stop until they were shocked to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole mountain and wilderness fell silent. Everyone's mouths also opened even wider, so wide that 5 duck eggs could be stuffed in. Some martial artists who were slower to react were even more confused, because they had always thought that the foreign army that suddenly appeared was to compete with them for business and to capture Lin Ling. But who knew that this foreign army was formed by Lin Ling? This result was simply 180 degrees different from what they had guessed. As for the old man in the lead, his old face was flushed red. Previously, he had revealed a look of confidence, but now it seemed that all his guesses were wrong. You are Lin Ling? Then the old man pointed at Lin Ling, his face full of disbelief, because he also did not expect that Lin Ling, who had been plundering for 3 years, would appear in front of him. This unexpected surprise was too unexpected. It's the real deal. Lin Ling nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up, revealing a sinister smile. Haha, I heard that you have a precious treasure on you that can make an ordinary cultivator become a divine fetus. Is that true? The old man was ecstatic, even shouting excitedly to the sky. I never thought that I, Lord Lu, would have a day like this. The heavens do not disappoint those who wait. After waiting for so many years, I finally have a divine fetus. In his excitement, his old eyes became moist. He did not consider whether he was a match for Lin Ling, because the 3 years of plundering and searching had made him subconsciously think that Lin Ling was severely injured and could not withstand a single blow. Moreover, this news was released by the Spirit Nation, so it should be accurate. Taking a step back, if Lin Ling was as fierce as before, why did he hide for 3 years? That's great. I heard that he has a lot of indigo spiritual flowers. I want one. Equally. Chapter 4135. The Whereabouts of the Creation Alliance. You really know how to take advantage of others. The current Lin Ling is no longer a trial taker. He's just a heavily injured old ghost. Excited voices drifted out from all over the mountains and plains. Everyone's eyes were red, and their bodies were trembling with excitement. Some of the warriors who still had unresolved matters in their hearts knelt down and kowtowed to the sky, crying, "Master, my strength can finally increase. Your great enmity can be avenged in the future." This was because the blue spiritual flower was too rare to be found in the 9 prefectures. It could only be found in the Spirit Nation. Even if he didn't use it himself, he could still earn a huge sum of money by auctioning it in the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say now? After the old man called Duke Lu laughed heartily, he looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. All of you, call the Lord later. Lin Ling still had his hands behind his back. Are you a fucking idiot? What do you mean, Lord? I think he's seriously injured and has lost his mind. Everyone was stunned because Lin Ling simply didn't answer the question. Great heavenly flame. At this time, Lin Ling also gave an answer. He stretched out his right hand and a golden flame spun in his palm, exuding the terrifying might of a human king. The moment this flame appeared, all of Lin Ling's subordinates felt their hearts tremble. They were so intimidated by the might of the human king that they almost knelt down. Of course, while they were shocked, they were also gloating at the group of people in front of them. Boom! Endless golden flames rained down, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was as if the world's first flame had rained down. The people in the flames were all stunned at this moment. Next, they were burned by the human king's flames. They did not even have the chance to cry out in pain before they were completely assimilated. This was the might of the great heavenly flame. My lord, you're amazing. Behind Lin Ling, everyone's hearts trembled. To be able to subdue so many people in one move, this was the true means of a god. As for the woman who had followed Lin Ling from the beginning, her eyes were filled with worship. Crash! The golden flames disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Looking at the experts all over the mountain, they all smiled bitterly. At this moment, they no longer had any desire to snatch the treasure. All they had was a grieved and bitter, "Milord!" They all shouted in unison. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. In a while, they could only call him Lord. "SS sir." That Lord Lu stuttered the most and almost cried. Was this really the heavily injured Lin Ling? It was as ferocious as a god. The Spirit Nation was indeed lying to them. All right, hand over all your monarch crystals. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this outcome and spoke calmly. I'll give it to you. This is all I have. Sir, please keep it well. Those experts painfully handed over their treasures and cried. This was because this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They were being recruited and still had to pay? This Lin Ling is really unreasonable. However, although they were heartbroken, deep in their hearts, there was a thought that they had to hand it over. Thank you. Lin Ling put away all the monarch crystals and evaluated them. Finally, he smiled with satisfaction. These monarch crystals were enough for his 5 dantians to break through. Next, tell me the whereabouts of the Creation Alliance. Then Lin Ling said lightly. Everyone immediately scrambled to speak. After Lin Ling sensed something, he led a large number of people forward. Looking from afar, the large group of people and countless experts seemed to have gathered the 9 provinces' 10 evils in a short period of time. If the Spirit Kingdom were to find out that Lin Ling had used such a domineering method to recruit a powerful cultivator that they had tried so hard to recruit, they would be so angry that they would grit their teeth. At this moment in the north, on a red wasteland, a large number of strange boulders stood there, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They looked somewhat ferocious. These red boulders were densely packed with people. Some of them were chatting around the fire, while others were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. They were the Creation Alliance. Senior Luchan, Lord Lin Ling is rushing over. I estimate that he will arrive within 3 days. Fire! The scorching flames crackled as they burned. Everyone looked at the fire and one of them laughed. That kid has finally woken up. I've been worried for nothing. Ha! Hearing that, one of the middle-aged men let out a sigh of relief. Looking at his face, one could see that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life, and his eyes were bloodshot and tired. Of course, he was not the only one. The others were the same. However, while they were tired, their eyes were also filled with fighting spirit and tenacity. 3 years. 3 full years. They had to attract the attention of the entire spirit nation and the foreign martial artists. Naturally, this kind of life was not easy. It could be said that they were constantly on the move and had never rested for more than an hour in the same place. And that was not all. They were often surrounded and had to use all their strength to break out of the encirclement. Such difficult days lasted for 3 full years. If they were not the 9 states' 10 evils, but another big force, they would have been wiped out long ago. Everything they did was to attract the attention of the enemy and buy time for Lin Ling. Fortunately, they had finally made it. Last time, that kid was able to fight with the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Although it was a draw this time, he should not be afraid of the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Sigh. Senior Luchan laughed as he poked the fire with a stick. That's for sure. Lord Lin Ling is not much weaker than Senior Luchan. Sigh. Next to him, someone immediately laughed. That's good. Ha, after the death of Orochi, I have been lacking a strong helper. Lin Ling's rise is just the right time. Luchan nodded heavily. He glanced at the crowd and said, Guys, these 3 years of suffering are finally over. With Lin Ling joining us, unless those old ghosts of the spirit nation come, we will not be afraid of them. Then, when the 4 great gods come, this place will be opened and we will have won this battle. Ha! Boss, we have persevered for 3 years. Why should we be afraid of a little more time? Ha! Lord Lin Ling is back. Our mission as bait is completed. Ha! Hearing this, everyone was undoubtedly very excited. Senior Luchan, a large number of experts are coming because we have stayed here for too long. Ha! But at this time, a red eagle flew over from afar. As soon as it landed on the ground, it immediately turned into a human form. As soon as it finished speaking, the oppressive atmosphere quietly spread. The people who were still calm and relaxed a moment ago instantly entered battle mode. Obviously, they were already used to such unexpected events. Chapter 4136. Encirclement. Who took the lead? Luchan narrowed his eyes and asked coldly as he looked at the newcomer. There are 2 powers. One of them is the true disciple of Miao Shen. They have summoned a large number of experts to come here. The other is the ancient demon tribe and the Tin Ghost tribe. The man that the red eagle had transformed into immediately said, True inheritance of Miao Shen? That bitch Princess Tian is still the leader. Damn, that woman is not strong, but she has repeatedly used the name of Miao Shen's true inheritance to do things. In the past 3 years, she has brought us a lot of trouble. I heard that she also has a great enmity with Lin Ling. Boss, the ancient demons are here too. Everyone scrambled to speak. Towards that Princess Tian, they were also extremely angry in their hearts. Luchan stared at the bonfire in front of him and said indifferently, the ancient demon tribe, the Tin Ghost tribe, the Tomb Guardian tribe, and the Immortal temple almost wiped us out several times. They were the ones who secretly let us go. But this time, they found us again. I'm afraid they won't let us go easily anymore. The bonfire in front of him flickered, and the light of the flames shone on his face, causing his expression to change constantly. They should be giving face to Senior Lin Ling, because it said that Lin Ling has a deep relationship with them. Someone whispered, Yes, but they have joined the Spirit Nation. They can let us go the first time, but the second time, the Spirit Nation will be aware of it. Although I am not familiar with them, I am indebted to them for taking care of me. I don't want to make things difficult for them. Luchan sighed and said helplessly. At the end of the day, it was because the Spirit Nation was too powerful. Furthermore, as far as he knew, the great god of the Spirit Nation was about to descend. He just didn't know if it was true or not. Then should we retreat? Someone looked at Lu Chen and asked. Lu Chen shook his head. This time is different. We can't retreat. Otherwise, Lin Ling won't be able to find us. So let's wait here. Shirring, how long will it take for those people to arrive? About 2 hours. The man transformed from the red eagle immediately said. He clearly had a powerful speed and had investigated many things in advance. Everyone, rest for 2 hours and prepare for battle. Lu Chen stood up and looked at the exhausted crowd. There was a trace of guilt in his eyes. These people had followed them for so long and had never had a good rest. However, the war was coming again. However, if he could hold on for a moment longer, he would be able to see the boundless sea and sky. Spus. Everyone's eyes were boiling as they spoke. Next, everyone rested on the spot to recover their strength. However, in these 3 years, they had been constantly fighting, and all the treasures they possessed had been used up. Coupled with the fact that they didn't have time to recover from their old injuries, their situation wasn't optimistic for the upcoming battle. 2 hours passed quietly. Rumble. In the distant sky, a huge ruby battleship flew over. Its speed was extremely fast, reaching the speed of 5,000 worlds. The warship was as big as a city, but with its incredible speed, it was clearly a rare innate divine weapon. On the warship, a large number of experts stood there, looking into the distance. There they are. Someone smiled faintly. Through some mysterious means, they had found out the whereabouts of Lu Chen and the others. They're all like a bunch of drowning dogs. The people on the side laughed mockingly because a mirror appeared in front of them, and in the mirror was the appearance of Lu Chen and the others. However, everyone could see that Lu Chen and the others were extremely tired at the moment. Their world essence had not recovered at all. Naturally, they were not afraid of the Creation Alliance. How pitiful, escaping for 3 years. If it were me, I would have killed myself long ago. Another person said coldly. His voice was filled with disdain and sarcasm. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't underestimate them. However, at this time, a calm voice came from the side. A red-haired man held a long spear in his hand and looked calmly into the distance. Brother Red Maple is right. Looking at the red-haired man, many people stopped smiling and bowed politely. This was because they knew that this man was from the 3rd-ranked Inaction Academy among the 36 academies. Moreover, he was one of the top 5 experts in the Shunsan Hall of this academy. His strength surpassed most of the city lords of the 36 main cities. Among the city lords, there were no more than 5 who were stronger than him. Will we be able to find out Lin Ling's whereabouts if we catch them? This Lin Ling is really lucky. Every time he's at his weakest, there's always someone protecting him. If we let him pass through this calamity, he might be able to fly again. At this time, a cunning and mean voice also sounded. Then a beautiful woman walked over. It was Princess Xin. Hee, even if he wasn't seriously injured, he might not be my match. I know he defeated the city lord, but I, Red Maple, have long been able to do that. The only thing that makes me afraid of him is his divine power. Tsk, I'm really envious that he's a trial taker who can awaken divine power. I don't have such luck. Hearing Princess Tian's words, the man called Red Maple shrugged indifferently. However, there was a tinge of jealousy in his words. If it was in the past, you're indeed more powerful than him. However, Lin Ling is a freak. Every time we meet, his strength is much stronger than before. It's hard to say what his strength is now. Princess Tian shook her head. She had dealt with Lin Ling too many times, so she was very familiar with Lin Ling. What strength? He might still be seriously injured. You should know that a serious injury in the martial god realm can't be recovered in 2 or 3 years. It's impossible for him to recover in less than 100 years. Red Maple still smiled confidently. His eyes changed into 2 colors, which were extremely evil. Seeing how confident Red Maple was, Princess Tin didn't say anything more. However, she still didn't have much confidence in Red Maple. However, if it was that cold man, then everything was possible. She obviously thought of the cold man she had met outside. That man was covered in thunder and lightning and was a tyrant. He was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. He was also the most powerful martial artist with the power of thunder that she had ever seen. It was a pity that everything had turned into a dream. She would never see that man again. She didn't know when she would be able to repay him for saving her life. If you catch Lin Ling, God Miao's true inheritance will reward you. Moreover, the spirit nation will also reward you. Princess Din suppressed her thoughts and gave her orders like a great empress. This time, she had come on behalf of God Miao's true inheritance. Naturally, God Miao's true inheritance had taken a fancy to some treasures of the spirit nation and had made a deal with the spirit nation. The treasures that the spirit nation had were things that Jiuzhou didn't have. Naturally, God Miao's true inheritance wouldn't miss this opportunity. However, this time, the Creation Alliance is strange. They knew that we were coming, but they didn't run away. After that, the Heaven Princess said cautiously, "Maybe they're tired." Chapter 41:37. We're on the same side. If Lu Qin was at his peak, he would only have 40% confidence. But now, he was 80% confident. Who are you? As the ruby battleship got closer and closer, an ancient aura finally rose from the red earth wasteland and blocked the ruby battleship's speed. Lu Qin, the Nine-Lantern Fish. I'm Hong Feng from Wuwei Academy. I'm here to meet you, one of the 10 evils of Jiuzhou. Red Maple immediately leaped up from the ruby battleship, and the spear in his hand transformed in midair. Red and white colors swept through the heavens and the earth. Ghosts wailed and howled in the sky and the earth. This was the divine embryo body. Although it was only at the Hotian realm, it clearly had a powerful background. Behind Red Maple, a huge ghost face appeared. It was about 100 meters long, and it had two faces. One was smiling and the other was crying. It was a shocking sight. On the other hand, despite Red Maple's outstanding talent, his god force was not weak either. He even possessed a cultivation of the 9th layer martial god realm, thus his strength was not to be underestimated. A red and white spear pierced through the void and swept forward. Rumble! A ferocious aura rose from the wasteland as a crescent blade, which was accompanied by a glaring glow, slashed out horizontally. The scimitar brought with it terrifying divine power. It was like a snake that stuck to the spear. Next, it took advantage of the situation and shot towards the owner of the spear. Umph! Seeing this, Hong Feng snorted coldly. The spear in his hand trembled, and a ferocious realm essence burst out, intimidating the curved blade. However, the fatal blade was also very powerful. The moment it was forced back, it immediately followed the boundary energy released by the spear to find a weak spot. As if it was following the flow, it once again approached Hong Feng. Then it looked at his neck and slashed. Nine-Lantern Fish, Lu Qin, you're too slow. Red Maple was not afraid at all. He immediately withdrew his spear and started swinging it with both hands. Reverse yin and yang. A powerful move was unleashed. A yin-yang windfire wheel appeared around Hong Feng's body, protecting him while attacking Lu Qin. Retreat! Almost at the same time, a voice resounded. Then, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Lu Qin. At this moment, he was slightly out of breath. The collision just now seemed short, but it had exhausted quite a bit of his world essence. Go! Red Maple's yin-yang windfire wheels grew larger and larger. In the end, the windfire wheels seemed to have turned into a yin-yang ghost face, which then came crashing down on Lu Qin. 9 lanterns. Seeing this, Lu Qin also knew that there was no way to avoid it. He activated his talent and the 9-lantern fish, which was famous throughout the 9 provinces, appeared. The huge demonic fish was like a mountain. 9 mysterious lanterns hung on the fish's head. When the fish opened its mouth, its fangs were shining. The light of the 9 lanterns converged, illuminating all directions. Rumble! The terrifying yin-yang windfire wheels were immediately blocked outside the light, unable to advance any further. In the end, an explosive sound was heard. After the violent explosion, a figure retreated 1,000 miles away. Then, he looked in front of him with a grave expression. This person was none other than Lu Qin. 9-lantern fish Lu Qin, that's all you've got. Red Maple, on the other hand, was brandishing his spear with a heroic aura. In their first confrontation, he had clearly gained the upper hand. Brother Red Maple. Seeing the result of Red Maple's battle, the people on the Ruby warship cheered, knowing that with Lu Chen's defeat, the Creation Alliance is bound to collapse. Not bad. Even Princess Tian smiled with satisfaction. Boss. Boss. On the other hand, the people of the Creation Alliance and the Serpent Clan shouted worriedly. They knew that if their boss was at his peak, Red Maple would be nothing. Now, that kid had gained the upper hand and regarded himself as one of the 9 provinces' 10 villains. What other tricks do you have? Boss. Red Maple was undoubtedly very excited at this moment. He had indeed regarded himself as the leader of the 9 provinces' 10 villains. This was also the next goal that he had to surpass in his martial arts journey. Let me tell you, you can't escape even if you have wings. Behind us, there are 2 other 9 provinces' 10 villains. Their numbers and combat power are not something that you dying old dogs can resist. Boss. Then, Red Maple spoke again. Kid, if you want to destroy my confidence with words, I have to say that you are still too naive. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and replied calmly. Although he knew that he was no match for Red Maple, as the oldest person in the 9 provinces, he was not someone who could be easily subdued. Stubborn fool. Red Maple sneered and was about to make a move when suddenly, a powerful aura surged from afar. Upon closer inspection, one could see a large number of experts rushing over from afar. Haha, did you see that? I told you that someone would come. Do you still believe me now? Seeing the group of experts that resembled tribulation clouds, Red Maple was shocked because he did not expect the ancient demon race to send out so many experts. Of course, he also thought that the ones who were truly shocked should be the Creation Alliance. The Creation Alliance should have completely given up by now. The truth was more or less the same. As the people of the Creation Alliance stared at the tribulation clouds in the distance, their faces darkened completely. They knew that a bloody battle was unavoidable. That's really fast, and they have sent out so many experts. They are really giving me Lu Chen face. Even Lu Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment, on the Ruby warship, the people were naturally overjoyed. However, Princess Tin was frowning because she felt that something was wrong. Firstly, the direction that those people were coming from was not the same as the direction that the ancient demon race was coming from. Secondly, that group of people was even more numerous than the ancient demon race. Princess Tian, I've said it before. This time around, the Creation Alliance has nowhere to run. And Lin Ling's whereabouts will be revealed from their mouths as well. Seeing Princess Tian frowning, someone from the side said with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw that the group of powerhouses in the distance had all unleashed their talents. Then, they launched their attacks and charged toward the Ruby battleship. Although the Ruby warship was fast, the activation process was fast. Before it was activated, its speed was even slower than the martial artists. Now that the Ruby warship had stopped, it was naturally in a state where it was not activated. This caused the martial artists on the warship to be like fleas as they screamed in panic. Oh my god! They seemed to be targeting the wrong person. Hey, we're on the same side. However, not only did the attacks not stop, there were even more waves. Holy shit! Without a doubt, the experts on the warship jumped off one by one. Because if they did not run, they would be killed by the waves of powerful attacks. Princess Tin could not help but curse. She had no choice but to abandon her precious warship and flee. Just as they disappeared, the terrifying shockwave of the realm energy arrived and destroyed the Ruby warship completely. Rumble. When the deafening roar was heard, even the people of the Creation Alliance were dumbfounded. A single thought rose in their minds. A dogfight? Chapter 4138. Lin Ling was here. What's going on? Ancient Demonkin, have you all gone mad? Red Maple stared at the newcomer with an ugly expression. Who said I'm from the ancient demonkin? Amidst the endless sea of people ahead, a figure shot over like a comet. It was so fast that it had reached the speed of 10,000 worlds. Who are you? Hong Feng frowned and tightened his grip on his spear. He felt that something was wrong. However, the person who had come was too lazy to say any more nonsense. Instead, many people stared at the person who had come, their pupils trembling. Although the person had come very quickly, those who were familiar with the blue-robed figure knew that this was the trial taker Lin Ling that they had been looking for 3 years. It's him, Lin Ling. Princess Tian's jaw dropped. He's here. Lu Chen's entire body trembled in excitement. He was so excited that he kept licking his lips. 3 years ago, in order to save the Genesis Alliance, the blue-robed man had been severely injured. Because of this, the Genesis Alliance had protected him for 3 years. 3 years later, the blue-robed man completely awakened, as if a king had returned. What? He's Lin Ling? Hong Feng's expression changed drastically. However, when he came to his senses, 2 huge palms slammed down from the sky. It contained the power of the Bodhi Buddha God, ferocious realm essence, and unimaginable physical strength. This was the Bodhidharma testimony. In your dreams, a ferocious pressure came crashing down, causing Red Maple's long hair to flutter in the wind. However, he coldly sneered. He had long since heard of the great name of trial challenger Lin Ling. Today was the perfect time to see just how strong he was. Moreover, he wanted to give Lin Ling a show of strength. Boom! The spear blocked horizontally, and the yin-yang ghost face appeared, attempting to block the palms in the sky. However, Lin Ling, who was in the sky, was like a shooting star. After his palms collided with the spear, he immediately bent it. Then, a destructive force exploded from his palms, smashing Red Maple and his spear into the ground under the shocked gazes of Princess Tin and the others. A meteor crashed into the ground like a cannonball, shattering the earth and causing the earth to tumble like waves. And who are you? Almost at the same time, the blue-robed young man in the sky spat out a doubtful voice. And who are you? His words clearly carried a domineering air. From the beginning until now, he didn't have the time to care about who Hong Feng was. It was as if Hong Feng wasn't worth his attention. But who was Red Maple? He was one of the top 5 masters in the history of Wuwei Academy, a master ranked in the top 100 on the Heaven Ladder on the Divine List, and a young Tianhao whose strength was only inferior to the leader of 9 provinces' 10 evils. However, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Ling. After he recovered from his surprise, Lu Chen was the first to shout, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Senior Lu Chen, everyone. Lin Ling also looked at the Creation Alliance. After seeing that everyone was fine, he was finally relieved. However, with Lin Ling's eyesight, he could naturally see that the Creation Alliance was very tired at the moment. Obviously, in the past 3 years, Lin Ling had spent peacefully in the cave, but the Creation Alliance had attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ling would never forget the kindness of protecting them for 3 years. However, Lin Ling didn't say thank you. With his friendship with Lu Chen, saying thank you would be looking down on Senior Lu Chen. Lin Ling. At this time, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. The voice was mixed with resentment and anger. Lin Ling turned his head and saw that it was Princess Tin. Lin Ling obviously didn't have time to pay attention to this bitch. So far, he had found the Creation Alliance and the Orochi clan. Now, the only ones left were Longyang and Little South. Lin Ling naturally didn't want to pay attention to Longyang. That woman had protected Lin Ling before, and it was just a deal. Moreover, with Longyang's ability to survive, she should be fine. On the other hand, Little South was a Kuroshin. Although she seemed a little naive, in fact she wasn't. However, in general, she was a good person. Therefore, Lin Ling must find her and give the Kuroshin an explanation. Rumble. While Lin Ling was thinking, the ground split open and a huge yin-yang ghost head appeared. It roared and a man floated out from the yin-yang ghost head. It was Red Maple. At this moment, his face was ferocious and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he would suffer a loss in a single exchange. Although Lin Ling was a trial taker, he had always thought that Lin Ling was just a junior. Red Maple, kill him. Princess Tian gritted her teeth and shouted when she saw Red Maple appear. Don't worry, I will kill him. The long spear in Red Maple's hand danced and stirred up the yin-yang wind. He had a total of 15 strands of divine power. After all, Wang Shui only had 20 strands of divine power. Therefore, the gap between him and Wang Shui wasn't that big. Of course, Wang Shui wasn't powerful because of divine power, but because of the 8-9 demonic art. That was the reason why he wasn't weaker than the leader of the 9 states, Fierce 10. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be Lin Ling. Red Maple looked coldly at Lin Ling. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. I'm from Wuwei Academy. My name is... You don't have to introduce yourself. I'm really not interested. I've fought too many opponents in my life. If I had to remember the name of every piece of trash, it would be a waste of my brain capacity. However, before Red Maple could finish, Lin Ling interrupted him. His face was calm and didn't look like he was joking at all. Perhaps before Lin Ling went to the stairway to God, Red Maple was indeed quite powerful. However, after meeting Lei Gong and improving after being severely injured, Lin Ling naturally didn't take Red Maple seriously. You're boasting shamelessly. Lin Ling's words were undoubtedly a great humiliation to Red Maple. After all, he was an expert on the stairway to God. How could he not be qualified to have his name remembered? Lin Ling has been in the limelight recently. That's why he's so arrogant. This is great. I'll take advantage of his carelessness and kill him. Sigh. Seeing Lin Ling's disdain, Princess Tian was undoubtedly delighted. She knew that although Lin Ling wasn't weak, Red Maple wasn't weak either. If Lin Ling underestimated his opponent, he might be defeated by Red Maple. One thought of yin, one thought of yang. When yin and yang combine, the underworld will open. Sigh. At this moment, an ancient voice rushed out of Red Maple's mouth. He had obviously activated his talent to the limit. Around his body, 2 rays of light, one red and one white, were circling around him. His robe fluttered and a powerful aura spread out. Yang a flower in vines. Red Maple disappeared on the spot. A huge yin-yang ghost face appeared where he was standing and looked down at the earth and the sky mercilessly. A long spear with the speed of 10,000 realms, carrying a majestic divine energy and realm essence, shot towards Lin Ling. In midair, countless long spears appeared and dazzled everyone's vision. An invisible wind blew at the long hair of Princess Tin and the others, causing their eyes to light up. What a powerful spear! It was a godly spear. Chapter 4139. 6 Dantians in Unison. Apparently, many people knew that Red Maple's divine fetus was a righteous divine fetus. It was a Taoist talent, the Tao of Yin and Yang. It was specially designed to counter the Tao of the underworld. Then they stared at Lin Ling. Suddenly, they realized that Lin Ling was not moving at all. He was even shaking his head. Idiot! Seeing that, many people laughed sarcastically. In a battle between martial artists, momentum was extremely important if they were on par with each other. Now, Red Maple's momentum was rising while Lin Ling's was weak. He didn't even raise his momentum. What else could he be if he wasn't an idiot? Could it be that he's scared silly by Lin Ling? Someone mocked. Normally when this happens, it's either because the gap is too big and the opponent's momentum makes him dizzy, or... A powerful old man said calmly. Senior, what's that? The people around him were no doubt curious. Or he's very confident in himself and doesn't take his opponent seriously. He doesn't even need to use his momentum to fight. The old man laughed. Hearing that, the others laughed too. However, one of them narrowed his eyes and said suspiciously, however, does Lin Ling belong to the latter and doesn't take Red Maple seriously? His words silenced everyone. However, they also shook their heads. The gap between Lin Ling and Red Maple shouldn't be that big. Right at this moment, another person spoke with shock, and he even pointed ahead. This also caused everyone to look over, and their bodies trembled one after another. Even Lu Chen and the Creation Alliance were in disbelief. After Lin Ling shook his head, he took out a large number of royal crystals and refined them. Was this guy crazy? You're looking down on me. Red Maple was naturally enraged when he saw how arrogant and disdainful Yi Shiwen was. After practicing martial arts for so many years, this was the first time he had met an opponent who looked down on him. However, Lin Ling still ignored him. He shook his head in disdain because Hong Feng's attack was only 10,000 world speed. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was already 10,000 world speed. If he fused his innate talents, he would exceed 10,000 world speed. Therefore, it wasn't that Lin Ling was arrogant. It was just that red maple wasn't good enough for him. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and his physical strength and realm essence surged out. Lin Ling planned to use this method to counter Hong Feng's attack. Meanwhile, his other hand was still sprinkling out sovereign crystals and refining them continuously. Boom! Finally, that ferocious long spear finally arrived, but after colliding with Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword, it was actually unable to advance even an inch. This guy is ridiculously strong. This scene made Lu Chen gasp. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to block it. This also meant that Lin Ling's injuries should have been completely healed, and his cultivation should have improved. After all, when Lin Ling battled with Wang Shui, he was already on par with the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Now, he was probably only one step away. Hong Feng's expression kept changing as he looked at Hong Feng. His all-out attack was actually blocked by Lin Ling? If Lin Ling had blocked it with all his strength, he could still accept it. However, not only did Lin Ling not use all his strength, but he was also refining sovereign crystals while fighting with him. Was this telling Hong Feng that there was a huge gap between him and Lin Ling? At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the posture of pointing his sword forward. He closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his danton. Bang! All of a sudden, he took a step forward. The ferocious realm essence and physical strength were comparable to the power of a god. He simply and violently bent Hong Feng's long spear. In your dreams! Hong Feng yelled when he saw Lin Ling closing his eyes. The giant yin-yang demon head in the distance arrived and activated the power of the godly embryo to assist Hong Feng. Unfortunately, although the power of the godly embryo could suppress the ultimate desolated body, it had no effect on Lin Ling, who possessed a few godly embryos. Rumble! Meanwhile, Lin Ling's dantian had finally leveled up. His second dantian had reached the 3rd level martial god realm. Following this, it provided Lin Ling with abundant realm essence like a surging river. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward. Crack, crack, crack. The long spear was bent even further. Rumble! His 3rd dantian leveled up. Another step. Crack, crack, crack. The long spear had turned into a bow and arrow. The crowd in the distance stared with their eyes wide open. They did not expect Lin Ling to surpass Hong Feng by so much. It was simply a one-sided battle. Hong Feng's face reddened too. Not only was he infuriated, he was also forced to resist Lin Ling's overwhelming strength. He discovered that even though Lin Ling's cultivation was only at the 3rd level martial god realm, his realm essence and strength were comparable to a 9th level martial god realm cultivator. To him, all of this was too strange. Initially, even though he claimed that Lin Ling was impressive, he knew that Lin Ling must be quite capable since he was able to become a participant of the trial. However, he was confident that his strength was only slightly weaker than his. However, he now discovered that Lin Ling was toying with him like a child. Rumble! Meanwhile, his 4th and 5th dantian leveled up simultaneously. His 6 dantians had all reached the 3rd level martial god realm. In other words, Hong Feng was facing 6 3rd-level martial god realm experts at the same time, who all possessed the godly embryo flesh. 6 unifying genius. Blood began to drip from Hong Feng's skin. His teeth were trembling too. 6 unifying genius. It was a common saying among the cultivators ranked in the top 100 of the god ranking. It implied that a powerful genius was able to fight someone whose cultivation was higher than him. 6 unifying genius meant that he was able to fight someone whose cultivation was higher than him by 6 levels. Hong Feng was a 9th level martial god realm cultivator while Lin Ling was only a 3rd level martial god realm cultivator. Despite the difference of 6 levels, Lin Ling was still able to defeat him, thus he was known as the 6 unifying genius. It was extremely rare to see a 6 unifying genius on the god ranking's heavenly stairway. Normally, It was extremely rare to see someone with the title of Three-Unifying Genius. As he held the spear with trembling hands, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with excitement. "That's it?" he asked. Hong Feng clenched his teeth. He could not answer the question. "Piss off then." Lin Ling's sword shuddered as he fully unleashed his strength. A tremendous force surged toward Hong Feng, who could not resist it any longer. He was fired into the ground like a meteor. Rumble! The ground shuddered as dust sprang into the sky. "We've lost." Princess Tian and the others suffered a great blow after seeing the outcome. They glanced at Lin Ling and discovered countless experts standing behind Lin Ling. Many of them were engulfed in golden flames. It was obvious that they were not weak at all. How could they possibly make their moves now? "Impressive, you've managed to gather a bunch of experts in such a short period of time. They are comparable to the 10 evils of the 9 continents. Tiske, Lin Ling, I can't see through your capabilities." Chapter 4140. 1 against 2. Not too far away from him was an expressionless woman. She wore a black robe, and she was cold and emotionless. When the two of them appeared, Princess Tian and the others were the first to be shocked. Red Maple, who was defeated by Lin Ling, was also floating in the air while holding his injured chest. He looked at the group of people with a complicated expression. They knew that these people were the ancient demon clan and the She-Ghost clan of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. These two magnates were the most ancient existences in the 9 continents. They were also existences akin to demons. In the current era, their strength was comparable to Mount Tai and Big Dipper. However, compared to the ancient demon race, the She-Ghost race had very few people. They only had one leader, but still, no one dared to underestimate her. This was because many people knew that when they really needed people, the leader's body could release a large number of experts. They're finally here. Lu Chen was no exception when facing 2 of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Leaders, the Creation Alliance and the Orochi clan are all here. Lin Ling is also here. As long as you catch them, you can return to the Spirit Nation and report back. At this time, Princess Tin said coldly, looking at Lin Ling with a hint of madness in her eyes. Now, she wanted to see how Lin Ling was going to fight. She had already secretly vowed that no matter what, she would definitely kill Lin Ling today. "Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." Afterward, Princess Tin turned to Lin Ling and said, "Hong Feng lost, but I'm still here. I swear a blood oath that if I don't kill you today, I won't return to Miao God's true teachings." Hearing that, Lin Ling looked at her indifferently. However, he ignored her and continued looking at the ancient demon race beings. At the same time, the 2 ancient demonkin leaders also stared at Lin Ling, especially the cold woman. Her merciless gaze flickered. This was because she had met Lin Ling and helped Lin Ling. At the same time, she also knew that the only successor of their Tin Ghost clan, Majin Tianzi, was by Lin Ling's side and had a very good relationship with Lin Ling. But now, she wanted to kill Lin Ling. This undoubtedly made her feel a little complicated. At the same time, the middle-aged man from the ancient demon race was feeling conflicted as well. "You disappeared for 3 years. I heard that you were seriously injured. I didn't expect you to recover after 3 years. How surprising." After a short moment, the middle-aged man said calmly, 3 years ago, Lin Ling had battled Wang Shui in Spirit Light City. They hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, but they'd heard of it. Towards this, they naturally had some suspicions. This was because young demon lord, Majin Tianzi, and Lin Ling were people of the same generation, but none of them had reached such heights. Perhaps Lin Ling was slightly stronger, but he shouldn't be so ridiculously strong. "Seniors, what do you plan to do next?" Lin Ling smiled and said, "You should know that we are now people of Spirit Nation, so sometimes we have no choice." "Yes," the middle-aged man replied. "I understand." Lin Ling nodded. "How about this? If you don't lose within 300 moves, we'll let you go. How about that?" The middle-aged man suddenly thought for a while and said decisively, "What? You're letting them go? Senior, have you thought about how you're going to explain this to Spirit Nation?" Hearing the ancient demon race's words, Princess Tian let out a sharp cry. Although she didn't think that Lin Ling could withstand 300 moves from the ancient demon race, Lin Ling had always been the spokesperson of miracles. Anything was possible, so she didn't want to see the cooked duck fly away. Of course, we're just letting them go. It doesn't mean that the true disciples of Miaoshen have agreed. After we lose, if you're not convinced, you can fight on your own. The middle-aged man looked calmly at Princess Tian and said, he knew that the latter represented the true disciples of Miaoshen and had a high status in Spirit Nation. Secondly, if Lin Ling can withstand 300 moves, we won't have a chance to catch him if the battle continues. Moreover, Princess Tian, have you seen the people on their side? Their numbers are not fewer than ours. If we really fight to the death, both sides will suffer. We, the ancient demon race, are not going to risk our lives here, the middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Princess Tian had nothing else to say. She could only grit her teeth in anger. Thank you, Senior. However, to make things difficult for you, I'll have to ask the two leaders to come at me together. At this time, Lin Ling spoke. His words caused everyone's pupils to tremble. Lin Ling wanted to fight the two leaders? Oh, are you sure? The middle-aged man's eyes burned with passion. Of course. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that although the ancient demon race had joined Spirit Nation, Lin Ling had a good relationship with the 9 province 10 evils. Naturally, he did not want to make things difficult for them. Moreover, he guessed that the Creation Alliance had survived for 3 years because the ancient demon race and the other behemoths had secretly given them a lot of help. Alright, if you don't lose after 300 moves, Spirit Nation will not say anything about letting you leave. However, if you lose after 300 moves, you and Lu Chen will have to return with us. After all, I believe that although Spirit Nation wants your corpse, they are more interested in you alive. The woman from the Guishi tribe said calmly. Then the two of them walked out. Cheers rang out from the ancient demon race as they watched the intense battle that was about to erupt. TSK, the young master's friend is really bold. He's willing to fight the two leaders. What friend? He's the young master's brother. However, the young master often praises this brother in front of the leaders. Seeing him today, he's really extraordinary. I heard that Lin Ling's strength is comparable to the leaders of the 9 province 10 evils. However, he's fighting the two leaders now. Fortunately, he only has to withstand 300 moves. Although they were from different camps, anyone could tell that they were praising Lin Ling and were speaking up for Lin Ling. This bunch of beasts! Princess Tian cursed under her breath. Then she sneered and shouted, Lin Ling, it seems like you don't know what it means to be the leader of the 9 province 10 evils. You think you can fight these seniors? You're overestimating yourself. That's right. At the side, Hong Feng stroked his chest and added insult to injury. Of course, when he said this, he also felt embarrassed because Lin Ling dared to fight the leaders. What about him? At this moment, Lin Ling pursed his lips and didn't hide anything. He muttered to himself, I'm sorry, but one of the leaders of the 9 province 10 evils has died in my hands. It's the Gu King from the land of eternal rest. As soon as he said this, Princess Tian's previous clamor was immediately silenced as if she had been slapped in the face. Even the two leaders were shocked. They naturally knew that the Gu King had disappeared, but they didn't expect him to be killed by Lin Ling. You little brat. The middle-aged man laughed bitterly because he knew what kind of ability it meant to be able to kill the Gu King. Moreover, the fact that Lin Ling had mentioned this matter was also a reminder to them not to underestimate Lin Ling. If that's the case, I have no choice but to go all out. Chapter 41-41. The fusion of 6 divine embryos. Obviously, after living in the 9 prefectures for so many years, this was the first time they had seen such an outstanding junior like Lin Ling. Come and fight. Lin Ling didn't plan on wasting any more time. 2 swords appeared in his hands. The strength of his 6 stanchions and his body that had just broken through quietly gathered together. Their gazes were fixed on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was calm as he stood in the air. His tyrannical demonic aura seethed around him, as though he was an immovable wisdom king. There were no flaws. Lin Ling instantly sensed his opponent's aura. It was watertight and impregnable, as expected of the leader of the ancient demon tribe. Although Wang Shui's strength was comparable to theirs, he was still not one of the 9 states' 10 evils. Most importantly, there were a total of 2 such experts. You're a junior, and we're 2 against 1, so you should make the first move. At this moment, the middle-aged man said indifferently, "Thanks for letting me win." Lin Ling did not act pretentiously. With a shake of his 2 swords, he gathered his strength and unleashed a simple double sword thrust. Of course, although it looked like a simple move, it could be used to attack or defend. Not bad. Seeing this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. He didn't hide his strength, and his demonic aura seemed to have solidified as it poured out. His figure became illusory. He seemed to be in the same place, but he disappeared like water ripples. In the blink of an eye, he also appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What incredible speed! He probably reached 20,000 world speed. 9 divinities. Demon King, first style, tigers roar in the forest. A palm shattered the void and grabbed at Lin Ling's 2 swords. In mid-air, the palm suddenly transformed into a huge divine tiger demonic elephant. The tiger opened its mouth and bit at Lin Ling's sword. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Ling immediately sensed that the power of the divine tiger was not much weaker than his. Lin Ling was certain that the middle-aged man was at the peak of the martial god realm. In terms of world essence, he was stronger than Lin Ling. Fortunately, Lin Ling had the strength of 100,000 worlds. He could barely hold his own against the middle-aged man. However, compared to Lin Ling's shock, that middle-aged man was clearly even more shocked. He had long heard that Lin Ling's cultivation level wasn't high, but his realm essence was thick, surpassing those at the same cultivation level. Seeing him today, it was indeed true. Bodhi testimony. Lin Ling channeled the power of the dual Bodhi god into the 2 swords, causing them to vibrate and break away from the divine tiger's bite. Just as Lin Ling retreated, the middle-aged man followed closely behind. He raised both of his palms up high and suddenly slapped towards Lin Ling. 9 divinities. Demon King, second style, Ape King Earthhammer. Crush. The palm leaf fan-like arms were like the arms of a divine ape as they enveloped Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker slightly. Golden flames erupted from his shoulders, forming a ripple of power as they bounced back. This was the divine power rippling from the human king's flame. Borrowing the divine power, Lin Ling's 2 swords were like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. He touched the giant arms in the sky, and his entire body floated back like a willow catkin. You have rich battle experience. You don't want to meet force with force, but I will force you to meet force with force. That middle-aged man laughed heartily, his battle intent aroused. The more Lin Ling wanted to retreat, the more he wanted to madly attack. 9 divinities. Demon King, third style, Qilin King carries the mountain. Boom! Terrifying waves of air rushed out from his body, and a fire Qilin King appeared, roaring as if summoning thousands of demons. This fire Qilin King's 4 limbs smashed the sky, and then it galloped in the sky. Wherever it passed, it left behind a beautiful trail of flames in the sky. Its speed was so fast that it actually reached the speed of 30,000 worlds. And that dazzling speed made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. He didn't know if this was the middle-aged man's full speed, but he knew that his own speed was definitely not comparable to the other parties. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't plan to compete in speed. Go! The 2 swords in his hands pointed forward, and the swords shot out like meteors. Behind them, a golden vortex of flames appeared in Lin Ling's palm, and he pushed it lightly. Great heavenly flames. The 2 swords were mixed with ferocious divine power, and they blasted forward like rotten wood. Looking from afar, the golden flames seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, and within it, a human king's Dharma idol appeared, looking majestic without being angry. This also shocked the onlookers from afar. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to resist that middle-aged man for so long. Crackle! The 2 swords shot towards the fire Qilin King's eyes, but the fire Qilin King was intelligent. It closed its eyes and blocked the 2 swords. But at this moment, The great heavenly flames arrived, burning continuously, and began to assimilate. However, the leader of the ancient demon race was indeed powerful, and this assimilation speed was obviously very slow. TSK 30 streaks of divine power. In the flames, the middle-aged man sighed, and there was a hint of shock in his voice. What? 30 streaks of divine power? Without a doubt, Red Maple's eyeballs were about to fall out. Only now did he know how big the gap was between him and Lin Ling, because he only had 15 streaks of divine power. No wonder Lin Ling didn't even care to know his name. Demonic hag, are you still not going to attack? At this moment, the middle-aged man's voice floated out from the golden flames. Bush, bush, bush. Just as his voice fell, threads cut through the sky, slashing towards Lin Ling. These threads were formless and colorless, but they were incomparably sharp. This was because everyone could see that the vast sky was being cut into pieces like broken glass. Moreover, from the surface area that was cut, these threads were like a birdcage, surrounding Lin Ling and constantly shrinking. Innate talent fusion. Lin Ling's soul power was strong, and he naturally sensed the danger. He no longer held back and unleashed his full strength. Boom! A ferocious aura exploded from Lin Ling's body. The new innate talent fusion was obviously more terrifying than before. This was because these were 6 divine embryos. If an ordinary person had 1 divine embryo, they would already be a titled god. But Lin Ling had 6 divine embryos. Demon jellyfish. Double dragon innate talent. Savage chaos. Flame of the human monarch. Lightning pool physique. With the new innate talent fusion, Lin Ling was no longer a monster, but an awe-inspiring divine king. His 4 limbs turned into golden dragon claws, and dragon horns grew from his head. He alternated between dragon and human forms, but behind him, a ferocious aura surged. The chaotic body provided a powerful defense, and on his shoulders, a pair of wings formed from countless tentacles appeared, giving him unparalleled speed. And the human monarch's flame appeared on his body, burning him, making him come like a flame. Crackle. Finally, the lightning pool physique formed a terrifying region of lightning tribulation around him, like a sea urchin. This was the divine might of the Berserker realm. Rumble. Just after the innate talent fusion, a ferocious explosion sounded around him. Clearly, the power of Lin Ling's divine embryos was colliding with the threads, trying to break out of the cage and escape. Seeing Lin Ling go all out, everyone present was shocked. Because from the aura that Lin Ling erupted, they could guess that the current Lin Ling was not much weaker than the leader of the 9 states 10 vicious. Good. Chapter 41-42. Boiling battle intent. This is Lin Ling's full strength. Red Maple was so scared that his face turned pale. He had a feeling that Lin Ling could kill him with just a twitch of his eyebrows. Other than the top 3 academies' strongest experts, no one in the 36 academies could be his match. Most importantly, this Lin Ling was a rising star. He's definitely ranked in the top 70 on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. He mumbled incoherently to himself. However, compared to their surprise, Princess Tian looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes stared at the lightning around Lin Ling's body, and her mouth was wide open. Because back then, it was a cold man with white lightning who had saved her. That man had left an endless shadow in her heart. Cold and unruly, like lightning dominating the world. But now, she realized that Lin Ling also had the same power of white lightning. Could it be? Her body trembled as if she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Or perhaps, she didn't want to admit what was happening in front of her. The insignificant Lin Ling from back then, the lowly martial artist from the 9 states, had quietly merged with the man she admired the most. It was him. It was all him. This was the man that Princess Tian hated so much? This was the man that Princess Tian wanted to kill as soon as possible? God, why are you playing with me? Stunned, Princess Tian finally cried. Because the idol she had been looking forward to finally revealed himself, but it was Lin Ling. This was a huge blow to her. Her enemy had turned into a hero. Fuck you. Until now, she didn't even know if she could kill Lin Ling. However, no one was paying attention to her at this moment. Instead, they were staring at the earth-shattering battle in the sky. Break! After Lin Ling's innate talent had fused, his physical strength had reached 150,000 units of boundary energy. Coupled with the power of the 6 divine fetuses, his strength had more than doubled. He kept punching his fists in all directions, gathering all his strength to break the cage. Rumble! The sky kept cracking, shattering, and merging as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Looking into the distance, the black-dressed woman's face was cold. Her 10 fingers were like tentacles dancing in front of her. Clearly, she was controlling those threads. However, her eyes were somewhat solemn. This was because she could sense that Lin Ling's tyrannical strength was using the most violent force to break her cage. Old demon, is still not enough. She coldly spat out a sentence. The person she was referring to was the middle-aged man from the ancient demon tribe. However, the latter was entangled by the flame of the human monarch and would not be able to escape in the short term. Rumble! On the other hand, Lin Ling's attacks were like a violent storm, causing the threads to become chaotic. Suddenly, a flaw appeared. A part of the cage-like threads loosened, revealing a gap. This is not good. The woman in black roared, and the pinky on her right hand danced. In an instant, it moved 393 million times in an attempt to fill the gap. However, it was clear that her movements were too slow. This was because Lin Ling's soul force was powerful. While he was attacking, he was also sensing the hole in the cage. Now that he had sensed the hole, he immediately sent out the vines on his arm. Little Kunlun. Under Lin Ling's command, the vines grew crazily and occupied the entire cage. Several vines rushed out of the cage, but they were quickly cut into pieces. How is it? Everyone stared intently at the sky and discovered that a primitive forest had appeared in the sky. Kakaka. Of course, the primitive forest was quickly cut into pieces. This made the people of the Creation Alliance extremely nervous. Could it be that Lin Ling was dead? Only the black-dressed woman knew that Lin Ling had rushed out of the cage. This was because several vines had rushed out of the cage, and Lin Ling was one of them. Although she had quickly fixed the hole, she believed that in a battle between experts, such a small hole was actually as big as the ocean in the eyes of others. Obviously, an expert like Lin Ling would not miss such a big hole. As soon as the thought came to her mind, a gust of wind rushed toward her. By the time the black-dressed woman reacted, a ferocious punch had broken through the void and reached her body. Rumble! This punch could cause the sun and moon to dim, and it had the power to move mountains and fill seas. This was probably the same as the ancient battle between the gods. Boom! The black-dressed woman's body suddenly exploded into pieces. However, the pieces quickly gathered together in the distance like a puppet and finally turned into the black-dressed woman again. However, this time, she looked at Lin Ling with a hint of respect in her eyes. Almost at the same time, a figure walked out of the golden sea in the distance. Although he looked a little battered, he was obviously safe and sound. He was the leader of the ancient demon race. The corners of his mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smile, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Amazing! You are not at a disadvantage against the two of us. Hearing that, Lin Ling sneered and said, I was just lucky. Again. The middle-aged man immediately rushed toward Lin Ling. Following his footsteps, tens of thousands of divine elephants galloped behind him. Puppet Empire. Seeing that, the black-dressed woman also made her move. She sat cross-legged in the sky, and needles, grass, wood, feathers, and other things appeared in her hands. She started to make dolls in the air. She threw one after the other. After the dolls were thrown out, they immediately became huge and turned into demon gods, heavenly soldiers, heavenly emperors, and even gods. Her speed was extremely fast, and her face was extremely cold. With such a method of transforming beings into soldiers, he deserved to be the leader of the Tin Ghost clan. Fight! Seeing the pressure coming from both sides, Lin Ling also let out a roar. Both swords returned, and all the power poured into them, causing the swords to emit cracking sounds. Among them, the true inheritance dark sword seemed to have reached its limit. On the other hand, the tyrannical singing sword rushed out with terrifying killing intent, and the power of God was about to be born. Lin Ling also activated all his power of God, a total of 36 beams. Awesome! If you want to fight, let's fight until the sky falls and the earth shatters. After Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, this was the first time he had fought such a decisive battle. His heart began to boil. His blood was roaring. Beside him, an evil spirit the size of a fist was following him, but its hands kept taking out divine stones and throwing them into Lin Ling's mouth. Obviously, Lin Ling was also using this battle to refine the divine stones and increase his power of God. Rumble! With a slash of the sword, the all-creation demons in front of him were blocked. The momentum of the collision seemed to tear the void apart. Rumble! With another slash of the sword, the army of puppets behind him was also blocked. Needle-killing technique. Almost at the same time, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling, and the tip of a needle pierced towards Lin Ling's chest. It was the leader of the Tin Ghost tribe. She could actually use the puppets to change her body shape and get close to Lin Ling in the blink of an eye. However, after the needle pierced Lin Ling's chest, it disappeared as if it had sunk into mud. Not good. Chapter 41-43. Surrender. At this moment, Lin Ling turned his head slightly and smiled. Although he was defending against the other attacks with his two swords, he suddenly roared, "Scram!" This roar was accompanied by a dragon's breath, as if the dragon god was roaring. A storm came, causing the woman's expression to change drastically. With a boom, her body was blown into nothingness. However, after a while, the people saw that it was a puppet that had died. In the distant sky, the woman was still sitting cross-legged, but she was clearly injured. His strength has surpassed the leader of the 9-province 10 evils. She stared at Lin Ling and said coldly. As her words fell, the people felt as if 100 elephants were galloping through their hearts. I admit it too. The middle-aged man from the ancient demon race nodded solemnly. He knew that if not for this, Lin Ling would not have been able to withstand their combined attacks. Is that all? However, Lin Ling seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. His eyes were red and filled with fighting spirit. In his body, the energy formed by the refining of the sacred stones flowed into his limbs and bones. The energy of divinity was rapidly forming. 36 streaks of energy of divinity, 37, 38, 39. Originally, Lin Ling would not have been able to refine the sacred stones at such a speed. However, everything was as the giant ghost had said. Lin Ling had successfully refined a large amount of indigo spiritual flowers. Coupled with his strong physical body, refining the sacred stones was as easy as drinking water. This. Sensing that Lin Ling's strength was still increasing, the middle-aged man was stunned. Damn, this guy is really sick. He can still increase his strength after unleashing such powerful strength. Swoosh. As the energy of divinity increased, the first thing that changed was the army of puppets. They were completely destroyed by Lin Ling's sword. Although the puppets regrouped, it was obvious that they could not withstand Lin Ling's sword. 40. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's energy of divinity reached 40 streaks. The sword in front of him slashed fiercely. Rumble. The countless sacred elephants were all slashed horizontally. With the sacred elephant's thighs as the dividing line, they were all split into two. Clang. The moment the sword fell, the sword in Lin Ling's hand completely shattered into pieces. The true inheritance dark sword had collapsed. The dark sword was originally a post-celestial weapon, and although it was stronger than ordinary post-celestial weapons, it still couldn't fuse too much of Lin Ling's power. A hint of reluctance appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. The dark sword was Li Xiaoyao's sword, but now it was broken. This meant that in the future, the dark sword would no longer be able to accompany Lin Ling. Old friend, rest well. If I, Lin Ling, become a god in the future, I'll help you become a god. Lin Ling waved his right hand and collected all the fragments. Next, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and danced like a spinning top, forming a series of ferocious sword slashes that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The 112th move. The 113th move. The 155th move. Time passed just like that. After an unknown amount of time, a long sigh finally sounded. We've lost. 300 moves have passed. The ancient demon race's middle-aged man kept his realm essence and stood in the sky, shaking his head. Lin Ling, you've won. The woman in black said helplessly. She and the ancient demon race's middle-aged man looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Lin Ling was a member of the younger generation back then and had a close relationship with the younger generation of the ominous forces. They had intended to take care of this person as a senior. However, who would have thought that in the days after the incident, they would constantly hear of Lin Ling's name, which had shaken the 9 states and the final world. In the end, this junior had reached a point where he couldn't be ignored. This also made them sigh with emotion. Their disciple had followed such a good boss. However, this sigh didn't last long. Now, this junior was on the same level as them, and his strength was even stronger than theirs. Most importantly, this kid hadn't even needed 5,000 years to grow from a junior back then to his current strength. In the world of the strong, strength reigns supreme. Now, I don't know if I should call you brother or junior. The ancient demon race's middle-aged man smiled bitterly. According to seniority, Lin Ling and the ancient demon race were brothers, so he should call him senior. However, Lin Ling was stronger than him, so he would be embarrassed to call him senior. Senior, what was in the past will be the same in the future. Lin Ling stood there quietly and smiled. Sigh, if only our ancient demon race had your strength. That kid often praised you in front of me. At first, I thought he was bragging, but now it seems like I was blind. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly again. Now you can leave. The woman in black said with a smile. 300 moves had passed. Even if the experts of Spirit Nation were here, they wouldn't have any objections. After all, Lin Ling had taken on 2 opponents by himself. By the way, have you seen a girl named Little South? Seeing that the 2 seniors were about to leave, Lin Ling quickly asked. The trial taker is Little South. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chimed in, and Lin Ling hurriedly nodded upon seeing this. She's with Xianxia. The middle-aged man explained. Currently, Lord Ning and the others have all left. Spirit Light City is now under the control of the Dragon Spirit. I don't know what sort of agreement Xianxia and the Dragon Spirit have reached, but Xianxia is now helping the Dragon Spirit. Moreover, he has recruited many masters, such as the Duan family's Duan Wuhan, the 36 academies, and the powerhouses of the final world's great dukes. Could it be that the rumors are true? However, Xianxia is a trial taker. If he helps Spirit Nation, isn't that a betrayal? Lin Ling frowned. The so-called trial takers are sometimes focused on benefits. When the Spirit Nation gives more benefits than the gods, some people will turn around and target the gods. The middle-aged man said indifferently, of course, I'm not too sure if Xianxia did it willingly, or perhaps he was forced to do it. If you want to find the trial taker, little Nan, then go to Spirit Light City. Have you seen Longyang? Lin Ling asked again. I haven't seen Longyang. For the past 3 years, she has been missing. The middle-aged man shook his head. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that Longyang was not a simple person. She would not be caught so easily. Thank you, senior. After Lin Ling received the information he needed, he thanked the man. Lin Ling, the Spirit Nation isn't simple. It's said that a great god from the Spirit Nation is about to awaken, and the Spirit Nation values you greatly. Although it's not convenient for me to persuade you to join the Thunder God's side, the Spirit Nation welcomes you at any time. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Chapter 41-44. The Change in Spiritual Light City. Senior, I hope that when we meet again in the future, we will still be friends. Although we serve different masters, let's not show any mercy. Lin Ling took a deep breath and said calmly. His words made the middle-aged man and the woman in black tremble. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with mixed feelings. If possible, they did not want to be enemies with Lin Ling. The next time we meet, I'm afraid we won't be able to take more than 3 moves from you. Goodbye. The middle-aged man from the ancient goblin clan cupped his hands at Lin Ling. Then, he waved his hand and left with a large number of people. The woman in black nodded at Lin Ling and said, "Help me take care of Majin Tianzi." "Thank you." She did not say much and left after saying that. The 9 prefectures' 10 evils came and left quickly. If it were not for the fact that the ground was in ruins, no one would have guessed that such a great battle had taken place here. He actually won. Princess Tin and Red Maple were still looking at Lin Ling with trembling eyes. Previously, they thought that the 9 prefectures' 10 evils would go easy on him. However, the previous battle had made them realize that Lin Ling was so powerful that there was no need to go easy on him. "Princess Tin, you have an irreconcilable enmity with him. Should we kill him?" Red Maple suddenly looked at Princess Tin and asked. Although Lin Ling was very powerful, they would not be able to swallow their pride if they ran away with their tails between their legs. In particular, Princess Tin had sworn in the name of Miao Shen's true teachings that she would kill Lin Ling no matter what. If Princess Tin went back on her words, Miao Shen's true teachings' reputation would be ruined. Others would think that Miao Shen's true teachings were afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore, many people looked at Princess Tian. The Genesis Alliance and the Orochi clan were also looking at Lin Ling. Although Princess Tian also had a large number of experts on her side, they were already exhausted. If they really fought head-on, the Genesis Alliance would definitely suffer losses. However, there were quite a few powerhouses behind Lin Ling, and they all looked like dragons and tigers. Therefore, if the 2 sides clashed, Miao Shen's true inheritance would not be able to gain the upper hand. Wow! But at this moment, a loud cry suddenly sounded. The sound also gave everyone a fright. When they looked over, they realized that the one crying was actually Princess Tian. What was going on? "I hate you!" Princess Tin glared angrily at Lin Ling, but there was a complicated light in the depths of her eyes. Then he turned around and ran. "Ah! What the fuck is going on? I don't know, but why does Princess Tin's 'I hate you to death' sound like a couple talking?" "Who cares? Now that Princess Tin has left, let's go." After Princess Tian left, the experts who had been summoned by Miao Shen's true inheritance also dispersed one after another. This time, the people of the Genesis Alliance were also shocked. Only Lin Ling frowned and then said disdainfully, "Crazy." He was also confused about Princess Tian's sudden change, but he was too lazy to think about it. He just thought that Princess Tian was crazy. Lin Ling. At this time, Lu Chen finally came over and looked at Lin Ling with a gratified gaze. He had seen the previous battle with his own eyes, so he knew that Lin Ling was now above him. He could not help but think of the scene at the Kaiyuan River. At that time, Lin Ling was the big leader of the Godslayer Alliance, and even the Genesis Alliance had retreated under Lin Ling. Now, this title of big leader was deserved. During this period, everyone has worked hard. Lin Ling said to Lu Chen, cupping his hands. Then he pondered for a moment and said, "I guess it won't be long before the gods break through here. At that time, we can also leave, but before that, I want to take little Nan with me." "What about Longyang?" Lu Chen asked immediately. Lin Ling said, "I'm not worried about her. I think she should be fine. Maybe she's hiding somewhere at this moment. That woman is not stupid. She won't fight Xianxia head-on." "Then we'll go with you," Lu Chen said again. "Okay, but this time, you don't have to do anything. Let us deal with it because you haven't had much rest in the past 3 years. This time, you should recover well." Lin Ling nodded, then looked at the people who had been assimilated by the Human King's flame and said, "Take out your treasures and let the Genesis Alliance recover." "Yes, my lord." A neat shout was heard. Everyone handed over their treasures without any reluctance. Lu Chen looked at this group of people in shock. He could guess that this group of people had been assimilated by Lin Ling's Human King's flame. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling's Human King's flame would be so powerful that it could even assimilate martial gods. It seemed that even the acquired divine embryo couldn't escape the fate of being assimilated. Moreover, it had assimilated over 10,000 experts in such a short time. This Human King's flame was really heaven-defying. This kind of method was like the method of a god. "Let's go to the spiritual light city." Lin Ling didn't know what Lu Chen was thinking. He just said to everyone, After experiencing the previous 300 moves, he had a good understanding of his own strength. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of going to the spiritual light city. Most importantly, experts like Lord Ning had left. With just the 9 prefectures, 10 ferocious beasts, and the dragon spirit, they might not be able to stop him. After all, Lin Ling still had treasures that he hadn't used yet. Once we find Little Nan, we can leave. Lin Ling's goal was naturally Little Nan. At this moment, there were countless experts in the spiritual light city. In a large hall of the spiritual palace, the dragon spirit stood there indifferently. Around her were experts from the 9 prefectures, 10 ferocious beasts, the Immortal Temple, the Great Demon God, the Tomb Guardian clan, and other experts. Their gazes were fixed on the palace. There was a white light blooming, forming a 5-meter large ball of light. It was extremely dazzling. From within the ball of light, a painful sound was transmitted. If one looked carefully, one could vaguely see a figure curled up like a shrimp. Xianxia, this is Lord Ning's reward for you, the heart of a demigod. The dragon spirit narrowed her eyes as she indifferently looked at the ball of light and said, in the depths of her eyes, there was clearly a trace of jealousy. This was because she knew what the heart of a demigod was. It was said that it was the divine embryo of a mid-god and was incomparably powerful. From another perspective, it was also the divine embryo of a god. Between a god and a god, the former was obviously more powerful. And this heart of a demigod was something that even the dragon spirit didn't have. Although as a reward, Xianxia had joined the spiritual nation. However, he was just a trial taker. Even if he joined the spiritual nation, he shouldn't have received such a reward. Thump thump. At this moment, the sound of an invisible heartbeat was transmitted. In the hall, everyone's expression changed. They could feel that their hearts were beating violently and uncontrollably. So powerful. In terms of innate talent, this divine embryo is already beyond the postnatal realm. The Tomb Guardian clan's elder frowned and said, "Rumble." Almost at the same time, a terrifying sea urchin light bloomed. This was the divine might of the Berserker realm. At this moment, the leader of the 9 prefectures, 10 ferocious beasts couldn't withstand it. He retreated with a trace of shock in his eyes. Chapter 41-45. The Heart of a Demigod. Currently, only the 4 gods knew the method. However, Xianxia was once one of the 4 gods, so he had the means to comprehend the divine power. Now, he had obtained the spirit nation's heart of a demigod. It could be said that he had obtained benefits from both sides. It was no wonder that Xianxia had joined the spirit nation. What a lucky guy! Even the dragon spirit had an envious look on her face because she didn't know how to use divine might. Of course, there was a look of disdain in her eyes. Xianxia had been captured by E-City's city lord and should have died. However, this guy had suddenly begged for mercy and was recognized by Lord Ning, allowing him to join the spirit nation. Therefore, no matter how high Xianxia's position in the spirit nation was, to Wang Lin, Xianxia was a coward who was afraid of death. Boom! A terrifying heartbeat passed through the palace and into Spiritual Light City. Bang! 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 In Spiritual Light City, the hearts of countless warriors jumped. Their eyes suddenly had a look of worship. It was worship for the Spirit Nation. Spirit Nation, Spirit Nation. Following that, countless roars that sounded like a demon's voice soared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, the Spirit Nation was filled with experts. The streets and alleys were filled with experts. These experts were all people who had joined the Spirit Nation. The number of people had reached 100,000. Furthermore, their strength was not weak. The lowest talent was a 9th-grade ultimate desolate body. The more powerful ones were acquired divine fetuses. This was the Spirit Nation's method of nurturing divine fetuses. It was no wonder these people were willing to join the Spirit Nation. Of course, to them, they did not know that the Spirit Nation was the world's consciousness. Brother Han, we finally succeeded. Within a restaurant in Spirit Light City, several white-robed youths were sitting there, drinking wine. Their eyes were filled with a strong self-confidence. Duan Wuhan, I never expected your strength to increase greatly. Peak of the martial god realm, acquired divine fetuses, 16 divine powers. Easy, you've soared to the heavens. Suddenly, a laugh was heard. In a corner, a youth looked at the wine cup in his hand and said, "Aren't you the same?" On the other side, a confident laugh was also heard. A young man in a white robe said with a smile as he tasted the wine in his cup. And he was naturally Duan Wuhan, the #1 genius of the Duan clan. Because he heard the suggestion of the Duan clan senior that there were divine treasures here, he came to try his luck. But who knew that his luck would be so good? Instead of finding the divine treasure, a spirit nation suddenly appeared and gave him 2 sapphire spiritual flowers, which greatly increased his strength. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. However, his powerful strength told him that he wasn't dreaming. The current him was no longer the same as before. Therefore, he had naturally joined the spirit nation. Although he wasn't sure what Ling Nation did, he only knew that Ling Nation was the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. However, as long as the spirit nation could make him stronger, everything would be enough. I'm afraid that your mortal enemy, Lin Ling, is no longer your opponent. The young man in the corner said again. Of course. Duan Wuhan nodded confidently. Today's Lin Ling is wanted by the spirit nation. He was seriously injured 3 years ago. If he really had any strength with his character, he would have resisted long ago. So, he must be like a stray dog now. Unfortunately, the spirit nation didn't take a fancy to him. This shows that he isn't the reincarnation of a god. His words were full of disdain. He didn't know that Lin Ling was not only favored by the spirit nation, but also by Lord Ning. It was just that Lin Ling had rejected him. At present, this void is sealed. So, sooner or later, Lin Ling will be found. At that time, you can surprise your old opponent. Someone else spoke. Ha! Speaking of this, Duan Wuhan couldn't help but laugh excitedly. His mind was already filled with fantasies. At this moment, in the palace, a naked man walked out of the huge light ball step by step. Thump thump. The deafening sound continued to float out, causing the hearts of everyone in the hall to resonate. The current me should be ranked before the 50th on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. The man's long hair was scattered as he said lightly. And he was Han Xie. Although he was a trial challenger, he also knew that the top 100 experts on the stairway to heaven on the divine list were all mythical existences. Even as a trial challenger, he was no match for them. The main thing was that to become a trial challenger, it depended on talent. As for the top 100 experts on the stairway to heaven on the divine list, they had cultivated for a long time. Of course, their talent wasn't weak, but they didn't have the opportunity to become a trial challenger. Xianxia. People also stared at the evil man and found that the man's whole body was covered in white light. His skin seemed to be transparent, and they could see the blood vessels, meridians, and bones. His whole person had undergone an earth-shattering change. At his chest, a light ball was hidden in the depths, quietly jumping. Every time it jumped, there was a white mysterious force flowing through his body like blood, providing a powerful force. Congratulations! At this moment, the dragon spirit smiled faintly. Hee, there's no need. From now on we'll be allies. Han Xie waved his right hand, and a robe appeared in the void, covering his body. At the same time, a fist-sized evil spirit quietly appeared beside him, like a giant ghost. Moreover, when many people took a closer look, they found that Han Xie's right arm had disappeared. It had been cut off, and the wound had the power of the underworld, so it couldn't be healed. Previously, everyone's attention was attracted by the heart, so they missed this flaw. As for the evil spirit, it swam out from where the arm was cut off. It was extremely strange. Han Xie, as a trial challenger, had unimaginable means. Even the 9 states' 10 evils had never seen him before. This arm was cut off by her. As if sensing the people's gazes, Han Xie suddenly said with a smile, "Per? Longyang?" The dragon spirit's eyes flickered as it guessed. Hee, that bitch is really powerful. I heard that she has a grudge against Lin Ling, so I wanted to find out about Lin Ling's whereabouts through her. I also guessed that Longyang wanted Lin Ling dead, but who knew that the bitch would suddenly attack me when she got close to me? Xianxia was still smiling, but his laughter was very cold. Longyang. The dragon spirit obviously wasn't very familiar with Longyang. That's right, she's one of the trial challengers. Xianxia nodded. I really don't understand why that bitch would protect Linling. However, she attacked me, and I didn't let her off easily. After being poisoned by my evil poison, she must be in so much pain that she wants to die. She deserves it for protecting Linling. Then where is she now? The dragon spirit asked again. I don't know, but I believe that she will appear because I caught her friend, Little South. Chapter 41-46. Sowing discord. When she said this, Long Ling's heart trembled. Although she didn't know what method Xianxia had used, she could guess that it must be terrifying. Oh right, you said that you were betrayed in the spirit palace and were hunted down by us. You've always been curious about who that person was. Now I can tell you. Suppressing the fear in her heart, Long Ling said faintly. Oh. Xia's eyes lit up. He was still furious about this. Originally, he had almost obtained the treasures in the treasure room. However, a large number of Spirit Nation experts had suddenly appeared and interrupted him. The most despicable thing was that the leader of the Spirit Nation experts had brought along Longyang and the rest. Therefore, he was still curious about who was playing with him. His name is Lin Ling. Long Ling said faintly. Lin Ling. Hearing that name, Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He then looked at Long Ling in shock. You lied to me? Hee, I know you don't believe me. I also know that you thought that after betraying Lin Ling outside the Spirit Light City, Lin Ling was hunted down by us. But let me tell you, we did find Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling escaped very quickly and played a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He turned around and entered the Spirit Light City. Then he pretended to be a Spirit Nation expert and fooled you. That's right, his acting skills are higher than yours. Long Ling said casually. Of course, she did it on purpose. She didn't want to see Xianxia rise and have a higher position in the hearts of Lord Ning and the rest than her. Lin Ling? Lure the tiger away from the mountain? An eye for an eye? Xianxia stared blankly for a moment, then began to laugh. His laughter was very maniacal. In his heart, anger erupted like a volcano. A mere Lin Ling dared to play with him? He would never have thought that after playing with Lin Ling not long ago, Lin Ling would immediately return the favor. Furthermore, he would be in an even more sorry state than when Lin Ling was being chased. A mere rookie cultivator dares to toy with an old man like me? Xianxia retracted his smile. Although there was anger in his eyes, there was also disdain. Don't underestimate him. However, the dragon spirit continued to rub salt into the wound. Xianxia, you were recruited by Sir Ning. To be recruited by Sir Ning is a supreme honor. Among the current batch of people who joined the Spirit Kingdom, you are the only one, correct? That's right. Xianxia nodded proudly. If it weren't for Lord Ning, do you think I would have joined the Spirit Nation? I'm sorry, but before you, there was another person who was valued by Sir Ning. He even took away the Creation Alliance right in front of Sir Ning. Sir Ning didn't get angry because Sir Ning valued him very much and tried every means to get him to join the Spirit Nation. However, he refused. The dragon spirit laughed. His words were trying to sow discord. What? Who is he? Xianxia was instantly jealous. It turned out that he wasn't the first person. Furthermore, from the tone of the dragon spirit, that person seemed to be more valued by Sir Ning than him. How could he not be jealous? Don't tell me that he's Lin Ling again. Then, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. That's right, it's Lin Ling. He was also the first person to take someone away from the Spirit Nation. Moreover, Sir Ning didn't kill him. The dragon spirit nodded. Lin Ling, what right does he have? Xia's eyes instantly became extremely cold. Originally, with his seniority, he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. However, now Lin Ling had become his number 2 enemy. The number 1 enemy was naturally Longyang, who had cut off his arm. Longyang had a divine fetus and was related to the gate of the underworld. After cutting off his arm, he could never recover and was left with endless shame. As for Lin Ling, he stole his limelight and toyed with Xianxia. Where is Lin Ling? Xianxia asked coldly. We're still looking for him. However, I heard that someone saw him. Currently, 2 of the 9 states' 10 evils of the ancient demon race are heading for him. I reckon that if Lin Ling is really found, he's definitely dead. The dragon spirit shrugged. Leave him to me. Let's go and catch Lin Ling. Xianxia couldn't let Lin Ling die so easily. He then took a big step and walked out of the main hall. Thump thump. Almost at the same time, a roar came from his chest, shocking the entire city. 100,000 people looked up. My people, follow me to battle and kill Lin Ling. A loud roar, accompanied by the sound of a beating heart, exploded. The momentum was vast and domineering. It was as if Xianxia was the leader of the spiritual light city. This was one of the reasons why Xianxia joined the Spirit Nation. Because at the side of the 4 great gods, he was just an ordinary trial taker. However, here he could summon more experts, and they were all experts with divine fetus. Such a domineering scene naturally caused the dragon spirit's eyes to flicker secretly. She was jealous. Because if there was no Xianxia, she, the dragon spirit, would be the leader of the spiritual light city. Xianxia's come out. On the street, the eyes of a mysterious man dressed in white started to flicker. She was naturally Longyang. However, at this moment, her face was incomparably pale. Moreover, under her white robe, under her plump breasts, there was a fist-sized wound there. The wound was dripping with blood, and evil energy was invading her body, causing her to feel heart-wrenching pain. This was the result of her sneak attack on Xianxia. She had crippled Xianxia's arm, and Xianxia had also attacked her. At this moment, she couldn't escape because Little South had been captured. Xianxia is too strong. If I don't seize the opportunity to save Little South, I will definitely be captured by him. Longyang secretly said, unfortunately, the current me is no match for him. She followed the people on the street and quietly approached Xianxia. From afar, she could see that Xianxia's strength had greatly increased. She really couldn't win against that man. Therefore, she was very anxious. At the same time, blood quietly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. A cold chill suddenly spread throughout her body and wreaked havoc on her internal organs and meridians, causing her to be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. In order not to expose herself, she calmly stood there and endured without moving. There was only a trace of madness in her eyes. She couldn't leave Little South behind. Although her friendship with Little South was only during a mission, her only merit was that she kept her promises. Even if their friendship wasn't deep, she would still do what she promised. Xianxia and the others have left and are heading towards the gate of the spiritual light city. This means that there are no more strong people in the spiritual palace. This is the best chance to save Little South. Gritting her teeth and stubbornly, Longyang stroked the wound under her chest and then walked in the direction of the spiritual palace. This time, there were indeed very few people, which made Longyang happy. However, just as she approached the gate of the spiritual palace and tried to sneak in. Chapter 41-47. Attack the city. Not good. Longyang's expression instantly changed. She knew that she had been discovered. Almost at the same time, Xianxia, who was about to reach the city gate, revealed a cold smile. The rats have entered the hole. What? On the other hand, Wang Lin and the others instantly frowned. It's Longyang. I knew that she must be hiding in the spirit palace, so I took this opportunity to lure her out. Sure enough, she was anxious to save Little South and finally fell for it. And that bitch fell into my hands. Hee, I'm going to play her to death. Xianxia turned his head and smiled at Dragon Spirit. It seemed like a casual sentence, but it also seemed to be reminding the Dragon Spirit. It seemed like the Dragon Spirit's sowing discord previously, Xianxia had long anticipated it. This caused the Dragon Spirit's eyes to narrow, and he didn't say a word. Previously, he thought that Xianxia had been infuriated by him and had lost his mind, and he wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Ling immediately. But who knew that this was just an act by Xianxia, and even he, the Dragon Spirit, had been fooled by this act. How shrewd. Hee, you've been locked down by my means. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Xianxia knew that the Dragon Spirit must be feeling extremely complicated at this moment, so he ignored the dragon spirit and focused his attention on Longyang. A ball of light appeared in front of him, showing the scene in front of the gate of the spirit palace. This also allowed people to see a white-robed man trapped by a white beam of light. Was that Longyang? However, whether it was Longyang or not, he would know when he went back. At that moment, Longyang realized that the beam of light coming from the gate of the spirit palace had made the wounds on her body even more painful. The wounds seemed to have sprouted and formed endless roots that spread all over her body. She, who was already severely injured, couldn't even move. She could already guess what was going to happen next. Xianxia was definitely rushing over. And if she fell into Xia's hands, Longyang would definitely not treat Xianxia well because she had cut off his arm. What should I do? Longyang thought quickly in her heart. Suddenly, she realized that with her strength against Xianxia, she was still a little weaker. Rumble. However, just when Longyang thought that there was no way to escape, the whole city suddenly shook. Soon after, the city gates of the spiritual light city collapsed. Such an unforeseen event had undoubtedly frightened the 100,000 experts within the city. Even Longyang's pupils constricted. Someone was attacking the city? Furthermore, they were attacking the city in such a brazen manner? Countless names instantly appeared in her mind. Could it be that the gods' people had come? Or was the Creation Alliance? Obviously, such a crucial attack had given Longyang time to escape. And that was indeed the case, because Xianxia and the others originally wanted to turn around and capture Longyang, but the entire city suddenly trembled, and the city gate not far away crashed in front of them, which made them dumbfounded. Could it be that there are two Longyang? Dragon Spirit asked suspiciously. Or is the real Longyang outside the city? As soon as he finished speaking, Xia's expression was undoubtedly very unsightly. Because before this, he seemed to be in control of everything, and not a single sneaky rat could escape from his grasp. But now, someone was attacking the city. This had clearly exceeded his expectations. In the end, he even suspected that the real Longyang might be outside the city. This was because, in this void, the only one who dared to go against him, Xianxia, was Longyang. Let's go and take a look. Xia's voice was cold as he jumped up and reached the top of the city wall. Everyone was curious and followed closely. In a short moment, the walls of the spiritual light city were filled with people. Everyone wanted to know who dared to single-handedly attack the spirit light city. However, when they reached the top of the city wall, they immediately opened their mouths wide. This was because, in the distant sky, there was not only one person, but a dense crowd of people. These people walked in an orderly manner, gathering a powerful aura, and walked towards the spiritual light city in large strides. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Many people began to rub their eyes. Some people who thought that they were dreaming even gave themselves a fierce slap. This was because everyone knew that the people who came here were here for the treasures of the Spirit Nation. Therefore, in this void, the Spirit Nation was the boss. But now, there was someone who dared to attack the boss. It was fine if it was just one person, but there were actually so many people? Who was it that was calling for this group of people? Look, that seems to be the Creation Alliance. Suddenly, the old man from the Tomb Guardian race exclaimed. That's right. There's also the serpent race. Beside him, the great elder of the Immortal Temple also spoke. Then, their gazes carefully swept and finally landed on a familiar figure. This made them blow their beards and stare because they were very familiar with that person, so familiar that they could not forget him even in their dreams. At this moment, the mighty group of experts in the sky stopped in their tracks. Instead, a young man in a blue robe swaggered out with a huge sword on his shoulder. You are Lin Ling. Walking out in such a conspicuous manner, undoubtedly, those who knew Lin Ling opened their mouths wide. The person they had been looking for 3 years finally appeared today. Moreover, he appeared in such a domineering manner. This was too unbelievable. It must be fake. Someone shook his head. Obviously, he would rather believe that someone was attacking the city than believe that Lin Ling would personally come to their door. Last time we parted in a hurry. Today, we meet again, Spiritual Light City. In the sky, a laughter drifted out like the wind. It seemed calm, but it carried with it a domineering aura. As his words fell, the large sword on his shoulder was swung down by Lin Ling. Rumble! The terrifying sword pillar formed by the large sword directly smashed onto the magnificent city wall of Spiritual Light City, causing it to collapse continuously. A large number of experts jumped up. However, what happened next made them even more dumbfounded. That was because that sword also told those who found it unbelievable that the person who came was really Lin Ling. This guy. Just as the magnificent city wall fell, a large number of experts appeared on the other side. They were naturally the experts of the ancient demon tribe and the She-Ghost tribe. Moreover, the two leaders were here. As for them, their jaws dropped to the ground. Even the usually cold and emotionless woman in the black dress had her chin smashed on the ground. Not long ago, they had fought with Lin Ling and warned Lin Ling that there were countless experts in Spiritual Light City. However, just as they left, Lin Ling arrived and directly attacked the city. No, it should be said that Lin Ling arrived at Spiritual Light City faster than them. Damn it, this kid did it on purpose? Hey, two seniors, long time no see. Lin Ling clearly saw them and greeted them with a smile. To him, since he was going to come to Spiritual Light City, he was too lazy to be sneaky. He still wanted to test the power of his treasures. Chapter 41-48. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Fury. Looking at the appearance of the ancient demon race and the She-Ghost race, Long Ling and the rest knew that the two of them had failed. After all, they had gone to kill Lin Ling. Old demon, are you going easy on us again? Someone from the Great Devil sect sneered. Don't think that we don't know. Our great devil god knows that you have been going easy on the Creation Alliance for the past 3 years. Obviously, they thought that the ancient demon race and the rest had let Lin Ling go on purpose. Hearing this, the ancient demon race and the She-Ghost race were furious and helpless. They were furious because the great devil sect had wronged them. They wanted to go easy on Lin Ling, but with Lin Ling's ferocity, it was impossible. We will report this matter to the Spirit Nation and say that the ancient demon race did not kill Lin Ling. The great devil god said in a cold voice. Do you really want me to die? But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Lin Ling stretched out one hand and countless tentacles suddenly extended out. Then, under everyone's gaze, they wrapped around the person who had spoken first and pulled him over. Those tentacles were like the tentacles of a jellyfish. Sir, save me. This sudden change made the person scream in horror. Not far away, the great devil god's eyes narrowed because this person was from the great devil sect. Now, in the eyes of countless people, Lin Ling had kidnapped someone from the great devil sect. Lin Ling, you dare to act recklessly? The great devil god roared and his demonic aura soared into the sky. Aren't you afraid that the 9 prefectures' 10 fiends will join forces to kill you? Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge demonic bone condensed in the sky. The demonic bone was completely black with long hair fluttering above the skull. This was a demonic seed from the era of gods. It had stirred up a storm of blood during the era of gods. At that time, some people said that this was the descendant of the bull demon god. However, under the joint forces of the gods, this demonic god was eradicated. No one knew where his corpse was buried. After the era of gods, this demonic seed was obtained by the great devil god and completely awakened. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his right hand and Lin Ling grabbed the neck of the person. His eyes were cold as he looked ahead. Trying to scare me with the spirit kingdom? Since I dared to come today, I am not afraid of the spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his fist. With a cracking sound, the neck of the person in his hand was crushed like a piece of bamboo. Lin Ling, you are courting death. The great demonic god's eyes instantly turned red. Now, Lin Ling had killed someone in front of him. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? However, just as he was about to fly into a rage, a calm voice suddenly traveled over and stopped the great demon god. She was none other than the dragon spirit. Clearly, she was also very suspicious of Lin Ling's large-scale attack on the city. After all, based on Lin Ling's strength, he should not dare to meet force with force against Spirit Light City. Of course, she could not let Lin Ling do as he pleased. Although Lord Ning and the rest had left, she knew that they had important matters to attend to. In the Spirit Light City, a great god of the Spirit Nation would awaken. Therefore, she could not let Lin Ling cause trouble here. I know what he is here for. At this moment, Xianxia took a step forward. His left hand stroked his severed arm. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Ling with an evil smile. Lin Ling, you are here for Little South, right? Then he said word by word, that's right. Little South is indeed in my hands. Lin Ling, do you want it? Hee hee, speaking of which, the taste of that girl is not bad. These words were undoubtedly provoking Lin Ling's anger. Seeing that, the dragon spirit also retreated. She knew that this was the battlefield between Lin Ling and Xianxia. Lin Ling might not have much enmity with Xianxia, but Xianxia definitely wanted to kill Lin Ling to prove himself. Of course, based on Xianxia's previous words, she had a feeling that Lin Ling should be angry. Reality was indeed so. Lin Ling strode forward once more above the surging smoke in the sky, and his expression became icy cold as if he'd come from the 9th level of hell. Hee hee, Little South and Longyang are very tight-lipped. They know that you're hiding there, but they won't say a word. So, in order to leave a deep impression on them, I'll let them experience what it means to be a man. Xianxia continued to sneer when he saw this. Then, as if he was venting something, his voice became sharper and sharper. Lin Ling, I didn't expect that you would actually dare to bite me after I framed you last time. Very good, you are the first person in my life who dared to trick me. Where's Little South? Lin Ling didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Little South is crying in my room. Beg me. Perhaps I will be merciful and give Little South to you. And Longyang, tsk, she was very loud last night. Xianxia grinned. The angrier Lin Ling was, the happier he was. Now, he wanted to show Ling Country why Lin Ling has a higher status than him. He wanted to show Lord Ning what he, Xianxia, could not compare to Lin Ling. Following Xianxia's words, roars of laughter rang out from Spirit Light City. Everyone could see that Lin Ling's expression was incomparably gloomy. He must be in a violent rage at this moment. The angrier Lin Ling was, the happier they would be. In reality, Lin Ling knew that Xianxia was trying to provoke him. However, he couldn't be sure that Xianxia wasn't lying to him. If he wasn't, then he wouldn't be able to face Little South. Hence, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent and the flames of fury in his heart were burning. It's Lin Ling. Just as the laughter from Spirit Light City reached the heavens, a woman in white robes among the crowd looked into the distance with a complicated expression. She was Longyang. With the previous sensational attack on the city, she had been completely freed. However, she never expected that the one attacking the city would be Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling was the one who had saved her. Now, as she watched Lin Ling attack the city in a frenzy, her heart was filled with complicated emotions. She knew how powerful Xianxia was. Furthermore, the 9 states' 10 evils had gathered here. This wasn't something that a mere Lin Ling could stand against. He's attacking the city because of me and Little South? Then, Longyang furrowed her brows and gently bit her lips. However, she quickly shook her head. She could hear that Lin Ling seemed to be here for Little South. This made her feel uncomfortable because she had done a lot to protect Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you want to compete with Big Brother Xianxia? At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped up from the city wall. His robe was fluttering wildly and there was a huge sun above his head. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't a sun but a huge heavenly fate wheel. The heavenly fate wheel was no longer the same as before. It was much larger and the needle-like rays of light emitted from it seemed to have materialized. This was an innate divine fetus. It was also the means of the gods. People immediately looked at the man and found that it was Duan Wuhan, the number 1 genius of the Duan family. He was also the only master in the Duan family who was second only to the martial god of the Duan lineage. Duan Wuhan and Lin Ling have always had a grudge against each other. However, he has been repeatedly defeated by Lin Ling. This time, he wants to wash away the humiliation. Chapter 41-49. Young Master. Although Duan Wuhan had been defeated by Lin Ling many times and seemed to be extremely vulnerable, the reason was that Lin Ling was too strong, which led people to overlook Duan Wuhan's strength. Duan Wuhan was actually very powerful. He was currently the second strongest person in the Duan family. This had already proved everything. Duan Wuhan. Lin Ling also looked over. He had never paid attention to Duan Wuhan. It was just that in the past, he did not have time to pay attention to Duan Wuhan. Now at such a critical time, Duan Wuhan still dared to provoke Lin Ling? It seemed that he, Lin Ling, was too soft-hearted. Lin Ling, do you think you can go against the Spirit Nation? At this moment, Duan Wuhan was obviously not afraid of Lin Ling. He had the innate godly embryo and 10 more divine powers than before. Coupled with the improvement of his realm, he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Big brother Xianxia, I'll fight him. Then, he held the fate wheel above his head and flew toward Lin Ling. From afar, he seemed to be holding a huge blazing sun, and the power hidden in the blazing sun could probably kill any strong person in the martial god realm. I promise you to go. Seeing this, Xianxia lightly waved his hand, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. In his view, Lin Ling was simply courting death. Not to mention that he, Xianxia, was guarding here, just the 9 states 10 evils here was not something that Lin Ling could fight against. So, let Duan Wuhan go and play with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, die for me. With Xianxia's promise, Duan Wuhan no longer held back. He stared at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with strong confidence. However, after Duan Wuhan spoke, Lin Ling also coldly looked over. Within his eyes, the flame of the human sovereign bloomed. Golden light shone resplendently, and those rays of light were like golden needles that pierced into Duan Wuhan's eyes, causing his entire body to tremble. Everything in front of him turned black, and he almost fell from the sky. But at the critical moment, he roared and urged his realm essence to destroy the strange power. Then, his face became a little ferocious. I don't believe you are so strong, change for me. Under his roar, all the power gathered, which caused the blazing sun above his head to become even bigger. Papa. It was like blowing air. It started 100 meters, gradually 1,000 miles, and then 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles of the heaven fate wheel. Even the martial god of Duan Vane could only be like this. As soon as the heaven fate wheel came out, a fierce power of the fate wheel gushed out in all directions. The spiritual light city also shook. On the streets, the ground cracked and then flew up. The spirit palace shook. Everyone be careful, use your realm essence to protect your whole body. On the side of the spiritual light city, the dragon spirit also whispered, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. This was because Duan Wuhan was recruited by Xianxia and belonged to Xianxia. However, Duan Wuhan's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Everyone followed the dragon spirit's instructions and formed a huge amount of realm essence in their bodies. Only then did the pressure from the fate wheels of heaven lessen a lot. Then, they all looked at Duan Wuhan solemnly. The current Duan Wuhan was probably a master ranked 70th on the divine list. Such a master was recruited by the Spirit Nation. This was also the blessing of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, with Duan Wuhan's talent, in the future, the world would not be able to accommodate Duan Wuhan. Clearly, this was a future deity. With Duan Wuhan taking action against Lin Ling, it's very suitable. I think this Lin Ling is crazy. He thinks that he can fight against the spiritual light city with a group of people. It's simply a fool's dream. When Lin Ling is defeated, the people behind him will also be in a mess. In the spiritual light city, voices quietly sounded. Swoosh. At this moment, a sword light flashed out. Murderous and demonic aura soared into the sky, turning into a straight line and flying out. Then, the huge heaven fate wheel shook, and a dazzling light bloomed. Everyone felt that the world was white, and nothing could be seen. After a short moment, when everything was restored, people rubbed their eyes and looked carefully. Only then did they realize that the huge heaven fate wheel had disappeared, and the sky was clear. Looking at the ground again, 2 figures stood there. The wind blew, and their robes fluttered. Moreover, The two of them stood with their backs facing each other. Plop. At this time, a dull sound rang out. Then, a head fell to the ground, rolling like a rubber ball. However, the person who lost his head was still standing there, motionless like a statue. It was as if even he did not expect that his head would fall off. This scene scared everyone into silence, because they saw that the person who was beheaded was actually the #1 genius of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan. A future god had fallen just like that. One must know that a moment ago, Duan Wuhan was full of energy, but the next moment he became a headless corpse. This was too unbelievable. Who killed Duan Wuhan? Many people were silent. The previous confrontation was too fast and too dazzling, so they could not see anything. In addition, although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, they did not think that Lin Ling had the strength to kill Duan Wuhan in one move. Therefore, they investigated everywhere, suspecting that someone had secretly helped Lin Ling. Among all the people, only Han Xie smiled slightly. His smile was very evil. Of course, he had noticed something. As for Long Ling next to him, although she did not see anything, she had heard that Lin Ling's strength was only inferior to the 9 regions' 10 evils. He had once defeated Lord Ning's Wang Shui under the curtain. However, even if he had such strength, he should not be able to kill Duan Wuhan in one move. Young master! While everyone was silent, suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Then an old man at the late-stage martial god realm leaped out and rushed to the ground. He came behind Lin Ling and suddenly hugged his head. He was obviously a member of the Duan family and was also Duan Wuhan's bodyguard. He had protected Duan Wuhan since he was young. This time, he followed Duan Wuhan to the Spirit Kingdom and watched Duan Wuhan become stronger. He was very gratified, but he never expected that the young master had broken through so many storms and waves and finally fell here. How could he explain this to the old ancestor? Young master! The old man cried out in pain and was extremely sad. It was like a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Then, he turned his head angrily and looked at Lin Ling. You killed the young master. There was hysterical madness in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at the old man with a pair of cold eyes. He did not speak and gently raised the tyrannical song sword. Killed Duan Wuhan? If he remembered correctly, Duan Wuhan had been defeated by Lin Ling several times. Lin Ling, had spared his opponent every time. This time, Duan Wuhan still wanted to come? Did he really think that Lin Ling was a sparring partner? Buzz. The sound of the sword rang out. Murderous and demonic aura soared to the sky and slashed toward the old man. Lin Ling made his move, because he could sense that the old man's eyes were full of resentment and murderous intent. This kind of murderous intent was as if he had killed his father. Chapter 4150. Mysterious. How dare you? However, just as Lin Ling's sword was about to land, a black skeletal arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the tyrannical song sword. This arm was a skeletal arm and was extremely strange. However, its power was not weak at all. It could actually block Lin Ling's sword. One had to know that in the current 9 states and the final world, Lin Ling knew that there were not many people who could block his sword. Therefore, he could guess the origin of this person. Lin Ling slowly raised his head and landed in the sky. In the sky, a huge black bone demon god appeared. On top of the skull, the long hair fluttered and the hollow eyes looked down at Lin Ling. The great demon god. Lin Ling instantly knew who the other party was. No wonder he was so strong. With me here, you can't kill him. The low voice sounded again and landed on the ground, causing a terrifying wave of air to appear. If I, Lin Ling, want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Lin Ling still looked at the sky and said calmly, Is that so? In the sky, the huge black bone demon god nodded. The demonic aura on his body seemed to condense into a solid form, eventually forming a huge black demonic shadow that covered the black bone. Only a pair of dazzling eyes could be seen, looking down at Lin Ling. This terrifying aura shook the spiritual light city, as if tribulation clouds had covered the sky. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and then laughed. This time, the one who came was the great demon god of the 9 states, 10 vicious. Lin Ling could not win. Among everyone, only the ancient demon race secretly snorted. Perhaps no one had seen Lin Ling defeat Wang Shui, so they did not believe in Lin Ling's strength. However, they had personally experienced Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, they knew that the great demon god would not be at an advantage and would even be in danger. As for Long Ling, she knew that Lin Ling had defeated Wang Shui before. However, Wang Shui's strength was not enough to fight against the great demon god. Although the two were comparable in strength in a life-and-death battle, after exchanging thousands of moves, the great demon god would obviously win by one move. If I say so, then so be it. At this moment, Lin Ling lowered his head and muttered to himself. In the next moment he disappeared. The great demon god was still holding Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. However, Lin Ling had already abandoned the sword and left to pounce on the old man. Instantly, a hand grabbed the old demon god's head. Extremely fast. Coupled with Lin Ling's unexpected actions, not only the crowd, but even the great demon god was unable to react in time. Die! Next, the flame of the human sovereign gushed out from Lin Ling's palm and burned the old man's body into nothingness. Lin Ling's hand was still holding the old man's head, and the flames on the head were boiling. This ferocious action no doubt gave everyone a fright. Previously, the great demon god had said that with him around, Lin Ling would not be able to kill the old demon god. However, in the blink of an eye, the old demon god had been cleanly killed. This was undoubtedly a slap to the great demon god's face in front of everyone, and even to the spirit nation. Die! How could the great demon god endure this humiliation? Demonic chi surged from his 1,000-mile-tall body, and a huge palm slammed down. Compared to the enormous great demon god, Lin Ling was like an ant. This felt like a battle between a great demon god and an ant. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling did not move at all. He stood there quietly. Then, tentacles began to appear behind him, and the dragon god's talent began to fuse. The 6 divine embryos had arrived. What? These are the 6 divine embryos. Long Ling was the first to cry out in surprise. This was because she had fought with Lin Ling before. At that time, Lin Ling had only had 2 divine embryos. Boom! Lin Ling raised his hand, his palm facing up, and collided with the huge palm in the sky, forming a terrible storm. Bang! 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 The ground where Lin Ling stood sank inch by inch, and finally, a bottomless pit appeared. Moreover, at the edge of the pit, cracks spread rapidly. However, Lin Ling stood in the deep pit, as steady as a mountain. The huge palm in the sky could not make him retreat at all. He blocked the great demon god with one hand. Everyone exclaimed, "So powerful!" Han Xie's eyes narrowed. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, he was only at the level of Longyang. But now, he was sure that Lin Ling was much stronger than Longyang. Lin Ling, how did he suddenly become so strong? Even Longyang, who was hidden in the crowd, had a look of disbelief. Back when Lin Ling fought with Wang Shui, he was not as strong as he was now. Die for me! Still floating in the sky, Lin Ling looked up at the huge great demon god and coldly spat out these words. If he dared to come here today, then he was not afraid of anything. 9 provinces, 10 vicious? He also wanted to see what was so great about them. Boom! The void exploded, and Lin Ling appeared in front of the great demon god, almost as tall as the black bone demon god. In the next moment, Lin Ling's fist, which contained the power of 150,000 worlds and 6 stanchions, smashed into the great demon god's face. Rumble! Lin Ling's speed was too fast. After punching out, the demonic energy in the great demon god's body dissipated a little. Bang bang bang! The great demon god retreated, as if unable to block Lin Ling's strength. However, just as he moved, Lin Ling's fist came again, wildly landing on the great demon god's chest. Next, Lin Ling was like a raging storm, his fists crazily punching out. This strike seemed as if the heavens and the earth were falling apart, and even this expanse of space was swaying endlessly. It was hard to imagine that Lin Ling's seemingly small figure was actually able to repeatedly beat back the corpse of a fiend god from the era of gods. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And in order to prevent the great demon god from retreating, countless jellyfish tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling, wrapping around the great demon god and preventing him from retreating. Bang bang bang. Next, Lin Ling's fists madly rained down. Strands of demonic energy poured out, and in the end, the great demon god's demonic energy was scattered, revealing his black demonic bones. Now, he was clearly stunned by Lin Ling's attacks. His skeletal face was filled with disbelief. This was because he never imagined that Lin Ling would possess such strength. At this time, Lin Ling leapt up, rushing to the peak. With a speed of 15,000 worlds, he almost broke through the void. When he landed, he stretched out his foot, ruthlessly chopping down like a battle axe. Die for me! Die! Bang! This foot landed on the great demon god's head, immediately producing a dull sound, like the explosion of heavenly thunder. Bang! Then, Lin Ling landed on the ground, his tentacles and dragon claws slightly swaying, majestic and awe-inspiring. Looking at the great demon god again, he was frozen in place. Next, cracks began to appear on his head, continuously spreading, and finally spreading to his entire body. Ka-ka-ka. Pieces of bones began to fall, finally collapsing like a tower, rumbling and turning into a pile of broken bones. Chapter 4151. Giant Ghost Against Giant Ghost. Just as the rumors say, his strength is comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as his battle intent surged. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be a match, it should be surpassing." As soon as he said this, the fighting spirit in his eyes almost materialized. The last time we fought, he wasn't this strong. Not far away, Long Ling's expression was incomparably complicated. He finally knew why Lord Ning valued Lin Ling so much. So this was the case. Xianxia, it seems like you're the only one up there. Then, Long Ling turned to Xianxia and said. Xianxia nodded. If there is me, then there is no him. The number 1 general under Lord Ning can only be me. Then he waved his hand. Come out. The spirit palace in the distance suddenly broke open. Amidst the endless bricks and tiles, a figure seemed to be bound by an invisible force and floated over from afar. Upon closer inspection, this was the Little South. Hee, Lin Ling, the Little South you want is here. Xianxia said to Lin Ling with a smile as he controlled Little South. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Let her go and I will spare your life. How, Lin Ling, are you dreaming? Xianxia laughed contemptuously. I admit that you're stronger than I thought. But do you think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, his clothes fluttered in the wind, revealing his crystal-like body. There was a ray of white light on his chest that was slowly leaping about. Every time it leaped, an invisible divine might would spread out. This was the power of ripples. In the next moment, an explosion resounded as the sea urchin's divine might erupted. It seemed that this divine might was even more ferocious than Big Sister Zhen's. Within the Spirit Light City, many people had the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship, as if they had seen a deity. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Xianxia's divine might was very terrifying. It was even stronger than his thunder-lock physique. Moreover, this divine might was somewhat similar to that of the Spirit Nation's expert that Lin Ling had encountered. It seemed that Xianxia had joined the Spirit Nation because of this heart. Take it. Seeing Lin Ling, Xianxia hand Ling Xing, little Lin Ling's eyes, a large number of tentacles appeared behind him, and Little South. Then, tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling editor's Lin Lin's word. Lin Ling's endless fantasy? After that, Lin Ling secretly checked on Xiao Nan. Seeing that she was fine, he used his tentacles to send Xiao Nan to the Creation Alliance. Xianxia indifferently said. The reason why he let Little South go was that he was afraid that Lin Ling would have scruples when fighting with him. Even if he won in the end, it would be a source of gossip. In this battle, he wanted to prove to Lord Ning that he was the number 1 expert. Naturally, he wanted to have a fair fight. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to have obtained a god's heart. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed Xianxia's thoughts. You have a good eye. Not bad. My demigod's heart is the same as your thunderlock physique. They are both divine embryos of midgods. However, my divine embryo is obviously of a higher grade than your thunderlock physique. Xianxia nodded and said contemptuously, your 6 divine embryos are not even worth mentioning when compared to my 2nd grade divine embryo. So, you are confident that you can defeat me? Lin Ling asked. Yes, although it's not 90%, I estimate it to be as much as 80%. Xianxia floated out and walked toward the sky step by step. At the same time, the figure of an evil ghost also quietly flew out from his severed arm. Seeing this, Lin Ling also walked toward him step by step. At the same time, the giant ghost also appeared on his left shoulder. Such a strange scene naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone was in disbelief, because both of them had a strange ghost beside them, as if they were the symbols of some kind of miracle. These two were clearly the kings of the trial takers. Now, it was time to see which of the trial takers below the god realm was stronger. It's you. It's you. Almost at the same time, the giant ghost and Xianxia evil ghost spoke at the same time. They stared at each other, and a complicated light flashed in their eyes. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Lin Ling did not speak and just stood there quietly. They obviously knew about the giant ghosts on each other's bodies and could more or less guess the relationship between these two evil ghosts. You've escaped from the 8 gods' celestial palace. You've escaped from Master. At this time, Xianxia evil ghost floated out. Master? Lin Ling's giant ghost frowned, but it also floated out. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were 100 meters apart. From afar, the two fist-sized evil ghosts faced each other. It was extremely strange. However, no one dared to underestimate them because everyone knew that these two strange things had extremely powerful masters. Of course, the masters in everyone's eyes were naturally Lin Ling and Xianxia evil ghost, the two trial takers. However, the master in the giant ghost's eyes was not so. Instead, it was an incomparably ancient colossus in the 8 gods' celestial palace. Didn't you also escape from Master? At this time, Lin Ling evil ghost said coldly. It knew that the giant ghost opposite it knew more than it. However, it was very clear that Xianxia evil ghost had seen through something. Hee, it seems that you don't know about Master. Then, it stared at Lin Ling evil ghost. Instead, you followed a new master. Not bad at all. Then you can follow Master forever. Being like this is already very good. Hearing this, Lin Ling evil ghost frowned and didn't know what to say for a moment. However, it quietly stared at the giant ghost opposite it. For some reason, many images suddenly appeared in its mind. There were no less than 8 giant ghosts like them, and they were all created by Master. No, it should be Master who broke them down. Master was still alive, and he was in the 8 gods' celestial palace. You want to devour Master. Suddenly, Lin Ling evil ghost let out a dignified voice, as if it had guessed something. Bang! This sentence seemed to have ignited the wrath of the giant ghost. Waves of evil chi surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth. They formed a huge light screen, and smashed out with devastating force. Bang! However, the giant ghost on Lin Ling evil ghost's side was not to be outdone. An ominous aura also erupted, resisting the evil energy. Rumble! These two powers were incomparably terrifying, as if they came from ancient times. They directly caused the Spirit Light City to collapse, and the Spirit Palace to collapse, turning into ashes, leaving behind only an ancient altar. What the hell, these two things are so strong. Master hasn't even opened it and they're already fighting. Everyone retreated. The leaders of the 9 prefectures 10 vicious were all shocked. They never thought that Lin Ling and Xianxia evil ghost would have such a secret. Currently, only Lin Ling and Xianxia evil ghost's bodies were still in the midst of the ominous and evil energies. It seems that the fellows beside us are starting to fight. Xianxia evil ghost retracted his gaze and stared at Lin Ling evil ghost. Chapter 4152. A battle between trial challengers. That's exactly what I was thinking. You've harmed me once, so it's time to end it. Xianxia nodded. His heart was beating wildly in his chest. Divine light illuminated the world. Swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, two figures approached each other from afar and collided violently. The two fists smashed together, triggering a violent and tyrannical dimensional storm. This battle attracted everyone's attention, causing them to ignore the battle between the two giant ghosts in the distance. Lin Ling is very powerful, even more powerful than the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. However, Xianxia has obtained the heart of a demigod, so Xianxia is definitely stronger. The dragon spirit said with narrowed eyes. Her eyes were filled with envy because the two of them were outstanding existences and were even more powerful than her dragon spirit. Her dragon spirit came from the spirit nation, but she could not compare to the two outsiders. How could she not be envious and furious? Crackle crackle. At this moment, the dimensional storm was still sweeping across the sky. Xianxia maintained his punching posture. His eyes were filled with evil intent as he stared at Lin Ling. Trial challenger Lin Ling, you're no match for me. Although you have 6 divine fetuses, my divine fetuses are of a higher level than yours. Moreover, I'm at the peak of the martial god realm. Although your dimensional storm is strong, it won't be able to take advantage of me. As soon as he finished speaking, a large hand suddenly surged out of his almost transparent body and grabbed at Lin Ling fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and his other arms suddenly struck out. Boom! After the collision, Lin Ling immediately realized that Xianxia was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the first of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly heard a strange heartbeat sound. His expression changed instantly as he realized that his strength was being devoured. Then, Lin Ling immediately stared at Xianxia. He knew that it came from Xianxia's heart. I forgot to mention that I can devour your heartbeat and use it to devour all of your power. Xianxia sensed Lin Ling's gaze, and his smile became even more evil. A very powerful divine fetus, but my power isn't that easy to devour. Lin Ling also smiled. His hands were still stretched out in front of him, but his body suddenly leaped up and flipped in midair. His head was facing down and his feet were facing up. Following that, his boundary essence and physical strength were all gathered on his legs. His body drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a swallow flipping over its body. He flew past Xianxia and ruthlessly stomped down on Xianxia's back. This stomp contained Lin Ling's full strength. Even an ordinary peak martial god would be stomped to death. The crowd was also in an uproar. They were shocked by Lin Ling's battle reaction. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. However, the demigod's heart in Xianxia's chest shone brightly. His body only trembled, but he was actually unscathed. Lin Ling also clearly felt that he seemed to have stepped on an iron plate. Then he slightly exerted force on his legs and shot forward like a cannonball. As soon as he disappeared, Xianxia's palm reached behind him, but he caught nothing. Xianxia slowly turned around and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's stomp earlier did not injure him, but it let him know that Lin Ling's strength was not as simple as he thought. Lin Ling appeared in the distance and looked at him indifferently. In their first confrontation, both of them knew that each other's strength was very strong. Ordinary methods that could defeat an enemy were useless against them. Xianxia knew that although Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, his boundary essence was rich and he had 6 divine fetuses. This gave Lin Ling the ability to fight above his level. Lin Ling also knew that Xianxia's cultivation level was higher than his, and his talent was more powerful than his 6 divine fetuses. He was a strong opponent. In terms of talent, boundary essence, cultivation level, and divine might, they both had their own strengths and weaknesses. But they both knew that if they wanted to win this battle, they would have to rely on divine might. After their first confrontation, the two of them did not act rashly. Instead, they began to gather divine might. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Then they took a step forward. It looked like a simple step, but it caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. It caused the surrounding void to ripple like water. However, they still did not make a move. Their eyes stared at each other, not even blinking. They attempted to use the gap in each other's aura to launch a counterattack that could turn defeat into victory. And seeing Han Xie's appearance, many people's expressions became serious. They knew that the current Han Xie did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Even the two giant ghosts in the distance stopped fighting. They looked indifferently at Han Xie and Lin Ling. Boom! Right at this moment, Han Xie took another step forward. A ferocious wave of energy surged out, and even the void seemed to jump. This was him activating his divine might, turning the void into his heart, moving in accordance with his will. And Lin Ling also took a step forward. Compared to Han Xie's earth-shattering attack, Lin Ling's attack was much dimmer. However, he was still awe-inspiring. His combat state was flawless. He clearly knew that at their level, if they really wanted to fight, it would take a few months to determine the victor. Therefore, sometimes one's combat state was very important. If one's state was not good, even a god would fall here in a few moves. Their cautious state undoubtedly made the world feel incomparably oppressive. 9 states vicious 10, Immortal Temple's Great Elder, Ancient Demon Race, Tomb Guardian Race, and other experts, they all felt the pressure. Their pupils were trembling and flickering, because they were the oldest existences in 9 states. But now, they could only watch from the sidelines. Watching the younger generation fight, this feeling was really unpleasant. Of course, there was nothing they could do, because they knew even more clearly that the two trial takers were really strong. Who would have thought that in the end, the one who could fight against Han Xie would be him? Among the countless experts of Spirit Nation, Longyang bit her lips tightly. Her expression was incomparably complicated. She knew that she was not Han Xie's opponent, but she did not expect Lin Ling to be able to. Moreover, she had watched Lin Ling grow. Not long ago, Lin Ling was only comparable to 9 states vicious 10. Now, he had already surpassed them. If she wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would take a long time. This made her clench her fists quietly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Of course, if even she was like this, the experts of Spirit Light City were even more anxious. After all, the strongest expert of Spirit Nation here was Han Xie. However, Han Xie did not easily defeat Lin Ling as they had imagined. Instead, he had a cautious expression. This made them all kinds of guesses. Could it be that Han Xie could not defeat Lin Ling? They looked into the distance, where Lin Ling had brought a large number of experts and the Genesis Alliance. Therefore, if Han Xie was defeated, Spirit Light City would not be able to defend itself. A sense of panic, under everyone's ulterior motives, quietly pervaded the air. Some people were shaken by Spirit Nation and were no longer so convinced. This kind of panic was naturally noticed by Han Xie. And this was not what he wanted to see. This was because Spirit Nation was currently recruiting a large number of experts. This was also one of Han Xie's tasks. If he could not do it beautifully, how could he report to Lord Ning? Chapter 4153. The hearts of the people are in chaos and need to be united. However, Lin Ling is too strong. I won't be able to defeat him in a short period of time. This won't be able to unite the hearts of the people. Although Lord Ning has left, he told me before he left that they were only going to another place to help awaken the great god of Spirit Nation. As for Spirit Light City, he left it to me. If I fail, how can I face them? I didn't expect this new challenger, Lin Ling, to be so powerful. It seems that I have underestimated him when I framed him. In a short moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through Han Xie's mind. Although his face was still cold and his aura was still strong, Lin Ling's soul force was able to detect the minute changes in his emotions. Han Xie had misgivings in his heart. Right, he seemed to be jealous of him, which was why he wanted to fight with him. This meant that he wanted to prove himself, which was why he was worried about his gains and losses. He didn't dare to go all out in the battle. And when he was worried, it was undoubtedly the best time. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. 36 streaks of divine force gathered and merged into his palms, causing his palms to emit a red and yellow light. Bodhi-proof divine ability. Rumble. Both palms struck out with earth-shattering force. In addition, Lin Ling was close to Han Xie, so he quickly arrived in front of Han Xie. Han Xie's face changed instantly. He also noticed that Lin Ling's palms contained 36 streaks of divine force. Obviously, Lin Ling knew that if he wanted to defeat Han Xie, relying on his talent, realm essence, and physical body wasn't enough. He had to add in divine force. Bang! Han Xie didn't seem to make any movements, but his figure quickly floated back. Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling's attack and knew that Lin Ling would be affected by his demigod's heart if he got close to him, he knew that he had missed the opportunity, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight head-on. This was because this would allow Lin Ling to rise. Rumble! Lin Ling's palms struck empty air, but his expression didn't change. He followed up and struck out 6 palms in a short moment. The ferocious power of divinity immediately surged out. Demigod's seal. The speed of the 6 palms was too fast, and Han Xie knew that he couldn't avoid them. The demigod's heart in his chest jumped, and light flowed along his transparent body, reaching his palms like blood. Boom! Boom! He also crazily struck out 6 palms. However, his momentum was too slow, so he only managed to break Lin Ling's attack. And he was also sent flying by the impact of that power. I have to suppress his aura. Just as he was sent flying, the space behind Han Xie exploded. A powerful force forced him to close in instead of retreat. At the same time, he pointed a finger at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, if you only have 36 strands of divinity, you will definitely lose. A huge finger stirred up the wind and clouds, as if a deity was guiding the way, suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised his 36 strands of divine power to 40 strands of divine power, poured them into his fist, and punched out. Rumble! The powerful divine force was like a god destroying the world. When it slammed into the finger, it immediately crumbled. Lin Ling had comprehended the 36 streams of god force on his own, while the extra god force was obtained by refining the godly stones. He had refined the 2nd layer and 3rd layer martial god realm godly stones, thus how could the god force be any weaker than the ones he had obtained from the godly stones? The 2 leaders of the ancient beasts were well aware of this. They already knew that Lin Ling had not used his full strength as he was being cautious. Demigod Spear. Han Xie raised his arm when he saw Lin Ling's fist coming at him. The light gathered into a spear, and he threw it forward with all his might. He obviously did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful in terms of divine power. He had received the demigod's heart as a reward from the spirit nation. Not only had his talent improved, but his divine power had also improved. On the other hand, Lin Ling had nothing. How could he comprehend so much divine power? Crack, crack, crack. The 2 divine powers clashed fiercely once again. This time, they were both dissipating. Han Xie, is that all you've got? However, Lin Ling leapt into the air. A sword flew toward him from the distance and landed in Lin Ling's hand. It was the dominating song sword. More divine power surged into the dominating song sword. There were 45 strands of divine power now. What? Han Xie did not expect Lin Ling's strength to skyrocket after his rise, and he was even able to improve his divine power. Could it be that Lin Ling had possessed so much divine power from the very beginning? He was only being cautious, thus he did not expose himself. He was waiting for Han Xie to reveal his weakness before executing a stormy attack. Wasn't the man being too cautious? At that instant, Han Xie's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He raised his hands and summoned 2 spears made of light. He threw them forward with all his might. These 2 divine spears were the demigod spears. They had a total of 46 strands of divine power. He was a trial taker who had cultivated for many years. His divine power was not weak to begin with. He had 40 strands of divine power. After joining the Spirit Nation, he was rewarded with 10 more strands of divine power. This was his hidden trump card. Originally, he did not want to reveal it so quickly. He wanted to save it for a critical moment. But who knew that Lin Ling would force him to use it? Bang, bang, bang. In the air, Lin Ling's 2 swords collided with the demigod spears. Various divine powers poured out. Jie Yuan, divine embryo, physical strength, and divine power. This clash could be said to represent the pinnacle of the deities' clash. Countless people looked up, shocked by the terrifying power. They were also envious of the two's strength. Break for me. But at this time, Lin Ling's power of divinity increased again, reaching 48 strands. You. Han Xie was controlling the demigod spears. Naturally, he could sense Lin Ling's increase in divine power. His pupils trembled. Impossible. How could this be? Lin Ling was just a new trial taker. Even if Lei Gong focused on nurturing him, it was impossible for him to give him so many treasures to increase his strength. 48 strands of divine power. Was he still a newcomer? Among the 40 trial takers, his strength would probably be ranked in the top 20. You have divine power. Yes. However, Han Xie did not have time to be shocked. He activated all of his divine power. This was exactly 50 strands of divine power. I don't believe that you have more divine power than me. Yes. When his divine power was fully released, the heavens and the earth were illuminated with divine light, making people feel like prostrating themselves in worship. After the divine power was added to the demigod spears, the two spears immediately shone brightly. I have 2 more strands than you. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword even more firmly. He knew that Han Xie had begun to lay his cards on the table. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to hide anything anymore. This was because after Lin Ling refined all of the divine stones, he had 52 strands of divine power. Boom. When all of the divine power was released through the tyrannical song sword, the tyrannical song sword suddenly erupted with ferocious killing intent and demonic chi. A strange headless old man appeared, his robes fluttering as he stood in the world. Then he slashed out. Chapter 4154. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword had given birth to a trace of divine energy. The tyrannical song sword was not simple. The god Emperor Zhang had once said that this sword was left behind by a sword demon from the era of gods. However, with Lin Ling's strength, he was unable to activate the might of the tyrannical song sword. Moreover, during this period of time, Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Therefore, the tyrannical song sword had been eliminated by Lin Ling. But now, as Lin Ling's divine energy surged, the killing intent within the scabbard was naturally activated. As a result, Lin Ling's divine energy had reached 53 traces. Kacha! The sword slashed out and actually caused the demigod spear to sway slightly. Then, it was activated by an unstoppable force and shattered like glass. Moreover, the sword did not stop as it slashed towards Han Xie. Han Xie's eyes narrowed as 10,000 impossibilities floated in his mind. He was completely confused. Why was Lin Ling's strength so strong? He was even stronger than him, who was nurtured by the spirit nation and the gods. Could it be that there was a person behind Lin Ling who was nurturing him in secret? Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Ling's strength came from the god's inheritance treasure. As the sword arrived, white blood gushed out from Han Xie's body. His originally transparent body quietly changed and became like an ordinary person. Looking at his chest, a sword mark appeared on his white heart, and white blood continuously flowed out from his heart. Han Xie stroked his chest as he stared at Lin Ling. His eyes were incomparably complicated. Until we meet again. Then, he said in a low voice. He knew that if he did not leave now, he would definitely die. He turned into a white ray of light and shot into the distance. Seeing Han Xie leave, the spirit light city was terrifyingly silent. Han Xie, a powerful god nurtured by the 4 great gods and the spirit nation, had the heart of an intermediate god. His divine embryo's level was higher than Lin Ling's, and his realm was also higher than Lin Ling's. However, after a battle where they were evenly matched, he was defeated in the end. This was unbelievable. In terms of various aspects, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Lin Ling's only advantage was that he had a few traces of divine energy, but in a life and death battle, Lin Ling would not be able to easily defeat Han Xie. Both of them clearly knew this, which was why they didn't. Acted rashly. Far in the distance, the middle-aged man from the ancient demon race said in a low voice. However, his eyes were filled with shock. That's right. If Xianxia hadn't exposed a flaw and allowed Lin Ling to boost his momentum, coupled with his fierce attacks, Xianxia wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. The lady in black nodded. They could see how Lin Ling won. Therefore, they secretly admired Lin Ling. Not only did they admire Lin Ling's powerful strength, but they also admired Lin Ling's battle experience and improvisation. All of this was not accumulated in a short period of time. Instead, it was an innate battle instinct that was born from countless battles. Xianxia was defeated, but Lin Ling did not chase after him? The ancient demon race's middle-aged man frowned. Xianxia was Lin Ling's greatest enemy. Given Lin Ling's character, he should have killed Xianxia as soon as possible. In fact, Lin Ling did not chase after Xianxia. He only watched calmly as Xianxia escaped. After all, he was here for Little South. Although Xianxia was arrogant, he had handed over Little South. Therefore Lin Ling gave him some face. Secondly, he was also giving face to Lord Ning. Lin Ling had been in a deep slumber for 3 years. If Ling Nation wanted to kill him, Lin Ling would not be able to escape death if Lord Ning took action personally. However, Lord Ning did not take action and allowed Lin Ling to escape. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Therefore, he had to return the favor. Of course, there was another main reason, which was that Lin Ling had sensed that within the shattered Spirit Light City, a mysterious power had truly and quietly awakened. It was also because of this power that Lin Ling was very wary of and did not dare to act rashly. The power of that power made Lin Ling feel as though he had met a god. Is this Ling Nation's purpose here? The awakening of Ling Nation's great god? Lin Ling began to speculate. In the beginning, everyone was shocked at Lin Ling's strength. However, they soon realized that there was a warm energy spreading out from the broken spiritual light city. This caused them to not be shocked as they turned their heads to look at the spiritual light city. Soon after, they realized that among the countless bricks and tiles, there was an ancient altar sitting there. On top of the altar, countless white lights swirled and gradually formed a human figure. Ling Nation's great god is coming. Seeing this, Long Ling and the other experts were stunned. Then, they became extremely excited. Even Xianxia, who had escaped far away, focused his gaze. Looking at the human figure on the altar, it became clearer and clearer. The divine aura it emitted made people want to worship it. Greetings, great god. As though the belief in their hearts was born, the experts of Ling Nation all knelt down and kowtowed. It was the same for Long Ling and Xianxia. Although Xianxia was very suspicious of that great god, the heart of a demigod in his body made him unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Hundreds of thousands of experts knelt down and paid their respects to the god. Lin Ling, things seem to have become troublesome. At this time, Lu Chen shouted at Lin Ling from afar. Then he flew towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and frowned as he stared at the altar. Let's retreat immediately. If that great god awakens, we will definitely die. No one can stop him. Lu Chen said solemnly as he came to Lin Ling's side. However, Lin Ling did not say anything to Lu Chen's words. He continued to look ahead. Guesses kept appearing in his mind. That great god of Ling Nation was most likely a host body of the will of the world. Moreover, he was a powerful god from the era of gods. Therefore, Lin Ling was sure that if this god awakened, they would not be a match for him. However, Lin Ling's eyes lit up in an instant. That was because the scene in front of him was very familiar. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the crowd. It was Longyang. At this moment, Longyang was also looking at Lin Ling. Their gazes met, and a tacit understanding arose between them. That was because Longyang was also very familiar with this scene. That's right, I saw it in the Hall of the Ruins in the Spirit Palace. Lin Ling finally remembered, and it was as though he had been struck by lightning. At that time, in the Hall of the Spirit Palace, there were 2 pictures that were the strangest. One of the pictures recorded the scene in front of them, and the other recorded the figure of the white light turning into a human and smiling at the people. Lin Ling even remembered that the smile was very evil. Even after Lin Ling left, Lin Ling almost fell for it. It was the giant ghost that helped Lin Ling, and Lin Ling awakened. The giant ghost. Then, Lin Ling looked around and shouted, "Everyone!" Chapter 4155. That's right. Upon hearing that, Lu Chen nodded. Lin Ling, the gods behind you are too slow. It's been 3 years, and they still haven't discovered this place? There was a hint of complaint in Lu Chen's voice. Lin Ling shook his head. For the gods, 3 years is just the blink of an eye. Moreover, our mission is to scout and gather information. The 4 great gods won't be easily dispatched. What should we do now? Lu Chen was getting more and more anxious. At that moment, Longyang also flew over, but there was anxiety on her face. She and Lin Ling had seen the murals in the spirit palace with their own eyes. Naturally, they knew how terrifying the gods were. It could be said that with just a strange smile, it was enough to turn them into ashes. Don't worry, there will be a way. Lin Ling immediately comforted them. His eyes were still fixed on the altar. He suddenly realized that the creepy white figure was becoming more and more like a human. Moreover, human facial features appeared on the face from time to time, which made one's scalp tingle. This was because the facial features were somewhat distorted during the process of forming. However, Lin Ling could clearly see that there was a smile on the face. That seemingly friendly, yet terrifying smile. He had to be interrupted. Lin Ling recalled the murals he had seen, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He remembered that in the first mural, a lot of the power of faith was born from the kneeling people, which was attracted by the white figure. Then, in the second mural, the white figure woke up. This meant that the awakening of the gods required the power of faith. All he had to do was to interrupt the power of faith. Interrupt those kneeling people. At that thought, Lin Ling shouted loudly. He also voiced his idea, which made Lu Chen and the others' pupils dilate. Interrupt those people? There were a total of 100,000 masters there. There's no time to lose. Hurry! Lin Ling couldn't care less and flew over. Go! Lu Chen and the others obviously knew that they had to fight to the death now. After all, if the gods were to arrive, they wouldn't be able to escape. Stop them. As if sensing Lin Ling's arrival, the dragon spirit suddenly stood up. Her eyes turned white as she shouted. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of experts flew towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, their eyes were also white, as if they had lost their consciousness. They had become fearless. Lin Ling naturally sensed the changes in them and attacked madly. However, the people who had become a little strange were undoubtedly more than twice as strong as before. Originally, according to Lin Ling's strength, he should be able to kill gods in his way. However, after one move, he only killed 100 people. Stop them. Moreover, at this moment, the leader of the 9 states, 10 Vicious, flew over. His murderous aura surged as if he had gone mad. Boom, boom. Each and every one of them exploded forth with strength that was twice as strong as before as they charged forward. How terrifying! Sensing the sudden increase in strength, Lu Chen and the others turned pale. They were experts who had cultivated for tens of millions of years, but it was their first time witnessing something so strange. A person's strength could actually improve so much in such a short period of time. After all, these people were already martial gods, so it was extremely difficult to improve their strength. Grand Elder! Lin Ling looked at the expert closest to him and roared, "Kill him!" This was because the other party was the Grand Elder of the Celestial Temple, and also the person Enuer respected the most. However, the Grand Elder's face was ferocious as if he did not know Lin Ling. He can control so many experts at once and increase their strength by so much. This god is terrifying. Lin Ling became more serious. He originally wanted to slash out with his sword, but in the end he restrained himself. He punched out with his left fist and sent the Grand Elder flying. However, just as the Grand Elder was sent flying, the old man from the Gravekeeper tribe arrived. It was obvious that he had also gone mad. There are so many of them. They are strong and fearless. Lord Lin Ling, why don't we retreat? Someone from the Creation Alliance shouted at Lin Ling, "We have nowhere to go. We have to stop them." Lin Ling shook his head. If the void had been opened, they would not have cared about it. However, the void had been sealed. Where could they escape to? Lin Ling die. While they were talking, Han Xie, who had escaped before, arrived with a murderous look on his face. Lin Ling, this is bad. Almost at the same time, the pupils of many people from the Creation Alliance behind Lin Ling began to change. They turned white. What? Lin Ling and Han Xie exchanged blows and repelled Han Xie. Then, they opened their mouths in shock. Had the Creation Alliance also gone mad? Kill! And that was indeed the case. They were all charging towards Lin Ling. It seems that when we were trapped in the Spirit Palace, a part of the Spirit Nation's power unknowingly appeared in our bodies. Now that the power has suddenly awakened, we are being controlled. Lu Chen looked anxious. Then, he said solemnly, Lin Ling, if I also change, don't hold back. Senior Lu Chen. Lin Ling had never expected things to turn out like this. He had come with confidence. Who would have thought that because of the awakening of the gods, the situation under his control would become a complete mess? Lin Ling. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, another voice came from not far away. This time, it was Longyang. At this moment, she was trembling in the sky, her eyes constantly changing. She had also fallen into the trap. Bitch, don't joke at a time like this. Lin Ling was furious. The Creation Alliance had been captured by the Spirit Nation and treated as traitors. They could be considered half of the Spirit Nation. Therefore, it was normal for them to go mad. However, Longyang was a trial taker. You must have stolen the power of the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling immediately guessed. The Spirit Nation seemed to give all living beings great power. However, in reality, that power was a double-edged sword. To gain something, one had to pay a price. The price was one's freedom. Wait, don't worry about me. If I can't control myself and you can kill me, then kill me. Longyang had obviously obtained a part of the power from the Spirit Nation. Therefore, she knew about him. Idiot. Lin Ling scolded. However, he couldn't care less. This was because, other than those who had been assimilated by the flame of the human king, his people had begun to betray him and attack him. There were strong enemies at the back, but there were also enemies at the front, and they were stronger than the ones at the back. As a result, the remaining people were surrounded together with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, use it? The giant ghost beside Lin Ling knew the urgency of the matter and immediately said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the altar in the distance. He immediately noticed the strange figure. A smile finally appeared on his face. Although he had no nose or eyes, Lin Ling could sense that the god was looking at him. Lin Ling. That smile was as terrifying as he had imagined. Chapter 4156. Great God of Spirit Nation, this beast skin map should be related to you, right? Then, I'll use your means to deal with you. Roar. Lin Ling shouted, and the beast skin map in his hand suddenly bloomed with endless purple light. When it shot into the distance, he saw a demon's sun hanging behind the altar. Then, the beast skin map shook, and a large number of world scorpions crawled out and rushed toward the demon's sun. World scorpions rushing toward the sun. Upon closer inspection, the number of world scorpions formed by the beast skin map was constantly decreasing. The scene of the world scorpions galloping in the sky was extremely spectacular. Wherever they passed, the Spirit Nation experts were all sent flying. They were either dead or injured. This beast skin map was terrifying. This is the treasure he obtained in the hall? Roar. Longyang, who was not far from Lin Ling, was shocked when she saw the power of the beast skin map. Because in the hall, she had also obtained many treasures, but none of them could compare to the beast skin map. Lin Ling could not be bothered to admire the power of the beast skin map because he knew that the beast skin map could only repel all the experts who rushed over. It could not interrupt the altar's ceremony. If it could not be interrupted, the god would awaken sooner or later. Open the gate to the underworld for me. Roar. Therefore, Lin Ling suddenly gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was going all out. A black token appeared in his hand. It was the Underworld World Massacre token. Lord Ning, I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you because I have my own master. Roar. Muttering to himself, Lin Ling activated his realm essence into the black token in his hand. In an instant, The black token emitted a demonic black gas. Then, the gas split into two and carried the black token in the sky. Go to hell! Roar! Behind Lin Ling, because there were no world scorpions to stop them, the experts of the Creation Alliance who had entered the demonic state attacked the token. However, before they could get close, they were immediately sent flying by a fierce force. Rumble! The black token was like a steady mountain as it emitted a thunderous sound. Subsequently, an ancient bronze door appeared in the void and slowly opened. The moment it opened, a ghost-like gas swam out from the door, causing one's scalp to turn numb. The gate to the underworld. In the crowd, Longyang stared at the bronze door, her body trembling. This was because her innate talent was the netherworld gate. But now, Lin Ling had opened the door to the underworld, like a god of the underworld. Damn you, Beiji! The ancient door opened wider and wider. His gaze followed the thick door and looked inside. He immediately discovered that it was pitch black inside, but there was also a very ancient sound coming out. After that voice, the shadow behind the door finally noticed the change. A shadow appeared and quietly transformed into a mysterious warrior who was 5 meters tall. The warrior was wearing black armor and holding a ghost blade in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the armor was somewhat ancient. It covered the warrior's entire body. However, under the helmet, there was a trace of something. His face was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, there was no flesh or blood to be seen at the joints of his knees, shoulders, and wrists. It was as if the armor had suddenly come to life. This was a nether soldier. It was said that it was a soldier under the Nether Emperor of the Underworld. It was also the expert who ruled the Underworld. No matter what kind of expert one was in the 9 prefectures, as long as they entered the Underworld after death, they would be subdued by the Nether Soldier. Doom Gone shouts. The first Nether Soldier that came out raised the ghost blade in his hand and emitted an ancient sound. Doom Gone shouts. Following that, a neat sound rushed out from the door as a large number of Nether Soldiers came out. Swoosh. The first Nether Soldier that came out swung the ghost blade in his hand. The expert closest to him had his head pulled out like a radish and floated up with blood gushing out. Following that, a soul floated out from the expert's body and was sucked into the huge bronze door. Kill! Kill! However, the experts of the spirit kingdom who had fallen into the demonic path were still fearless. They charged toward the Nether Soldiers and unleashed a powerful attack. Boom! 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 As if the heavens and earth were falling apart, the void was blasted apart and gusts of wind from the outside world rushed in. However, after the terrifying attack ended, the endless Nether Soldiers were still charging forward. They were actually safe and sound. No matter what attacks landed on the Nether Soldiers, they all passed through. These Nether Soldiers seemed to have transcended the laws of the void and could not be attacked at all. So strong. The pupils of those who were still conscious were trembling. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he, Lin Ling, could not do anything to the Nether Soldiers that could not be attacked. Only the step of wisdom can affect the Nether Soldiers. Beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost said, "Only one kind of power works?" Lin Ling was even more shocked. Wherever he looked, heads flew up and blood rained down on the ground. Following that, a large number of souls were brought into the underworld gate. This was a one-sided massacre. This was where the underworld massacre order came from. Even gods would not be able to escape the fate of falling here. The Nether Soldiers were like locusts, wreaking havoc in front of them. Together with the rising sun of the realm Scorpion, the 100,000 experts of the spirit kingdom were in chaos. Lin Ling also looked at the altar in the distance and saw that the figure was still standing there. The eyeless face stared at the sky and then fell on Lin Ling. There was still a smile on his face. For some reason, that smile made Lin Ling feel suffocated. Smile, smile, smile. Let's see how long you can smile. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Now that the ritual was in chaos, it would be difficult for the god to be resurrected. Therefore, Lin Ling was not afraid. However, the god seemed to have heard Lin Ling's voice and his smile deepened. Not good. Lin Ling. At this time, the giant ghost said anxiously. Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. Taking a closer look, he realized that the experts of the spirit kingdom who had died in the hands of the nether soldiers were also floating towards the god with an invisible force. It turned out that even though the experts of the spirit kingdom had died, the power of faith still existed. As long as the faith did not decrease, the god of the spirit kingdom would still awaken. Noticing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. "What should we do?" Lu Chen and Long Yang said worriedly. The speed at which they entered the demonic state slowed down. "It's okay. I still have a way." At this time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. A golden firestorm appeared in his hand and he scattered it into the sky. The golden flames carried the might of the human king as they flooded towards the 100,000 experts of the spirit kingdom. "It's useless. Their strength has doubled. The human king's flame can't kill them. Even if it can kill them, the power of faith won't disappear." On the side, Lu Chen was surprised by Lin Ling's actions, but he also sighed. "Not necessarily." Chapter 4157. If it were any other time, it would have been impossible for Lin Ling to assimilate such experts, because the strength of this group of experts was more than twice as strong as before, and there were more of them. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had the help of the realm scorpion and the nether soldiers, so it was obviously much simpler. Some of the heavily injured experts were assimilated at a much faster speed. After being assimilated, those people's eyes were white at first, but they gradually turned golden. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and shouted in unison, "Sir! Sir!" The power of faith in their bodies had obviously disappeared, but they had incomparable faith in Lin Ling. This was the power of the human king's flame, assimilation. After becoming Lin Ling's people, the netherworld soldiers obviously ignored them. "Ah, it can be done like this." Lu Chen witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and his mouth was wide open. On the side, Dragon Mother's beautiful face also turned pale in disbelief. Was he trying to steal people from the gods? In the whole world, only Lin Ling would be so bold. And the truth was indeed so. With the assimilation of the human king's flame, the awakening of the gods finally slowed down. In the end, the progress did not progress at all. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked behind him and helplessly found that there were a large number of experts behind him. They were all assimilated and became Lin Ling's subordinates. Looking at the god's side, there were fewer and fewer people. Excluding the experts like the Dragon Spirit and the 9 States 10 Vicious, there were less than 10,000 people left. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, an old voice sounded on the altar. The figure without facial features, only a strange smile, spoke for the first time. "I didn't expect you to be able to stop me." The Spirit Nation's god was clearly surprised. Under his voice, the Dragon Spirit and the 9 States 10 Vicious stopped attacking and looked at Lin Ling in shock. The Realm Scorpion and the Netherworld soldiers were still sweeping forward, causing the Spirit Nation's experts to continuously decrease. Some died, and some became Lin Ling's people. These experts came for the treasure, but they never imagined that they would end up like this. They were either dead or injured. "If I don't stop you, you might kill all of us when you wake up." Lin Ling looked at the shadow indifferently and said, "That's not necessarily true. Minister Ning values you very much. Therefore, I also want to see how great you, Lei Gong's trial taker." The figure condensed from the light said calmly. However, the seemingly calm voice carried an evil and domineering aura that surged into Lin Ling's mind, causing him to be momentarily dazed. Of course, this absent-mindedness quickly disappeared because Lin Ling knew that this great god of the spirit kingdom had lost. This also strengthened Lin Ling's confidence. "After you see it, you might kill us." Lin Ling smiled and said, although he knew that the Spirit Nation wanted to recruit him, he could not guarantee that if the recruitment failed, the Spirit Nation's god would not silence him. This gamble was too risky, so Lin Ling naturally had to choose the safest method. "You're right, but it's only a possibility. Regardless, you didn't disappoint me. You're also the first person to stop me from waking up. Minister Ning has good taste." The shadow smiled and said, around his body, light bloomed like needles, forming circles of light. Seeing this, Wang Lin and the others also walked over. At this moment, they had regained their spiritual intelligence, so they also looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In fact, even if I wake up, I might not be able to kill you because your gods are here. The shadow smiled evilly again and finally turned into endless light and disappeared, taking Wang Lin and the others with him. The Spirit Nation had repeatedly recruited experts from the 9 states, and they had succeeded time and time again. Now, there were as many experts as there were clouds. This was the first time in the history of the Spirit Nation that they had failed. The one who disrupted them was an up-and-coming trial taker. Moreover, this trial taker actually had the means to fight against the gods. When the gods had completely disappeared, the broken Spirit Light City was like a ruin abandoned by the world. An ancient wind blew past, and it became quiet. It was as if the great battle between the gods had never happened. "It's over!" A voice of disbelief suddenly rang out. It was Lu Chen. The people also seemed to have woken up from a dream. They had never imagined that they would actually stop the gods from waking up. Moreover, the most helpless thing was that they had become Lin Ling's people. Lin Ling. Lu Chen turned to look at Lin Ling with mixed feelings. In the end, he could only shake his head. Perhaps it was really hard for him to imagine the result before his eyes. Long Yang also looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. This was because the trial taker's mission here was to be scouts and gather information about the Spirit Nation. However, who would have thought that things would take so many twists and turns? In the end, not only did they gather information, but they also destroyed the Spirit Nation's plan. If this matter were to spread to the 4 great gods, it would definitely be a great merit. The gods have finally retreated. However, compared to the people's disbelief, Lin Ling was already used to it. This was because in order to chase away the great gods of the Spirit Nation, he had used up 2 treasures. Almost as soon as he thought of this, the animal skin map floating in front of him withered and turned yellow. Then, it dissipated like ashes. Looking at the gate of the underworld, he saw that it was slowly closing. The netherworld soldiers were also returning one after another. Either of these 2 treasures could kill the martial god of Jojo. However, they had been used up here. However, Lin Ling only felt that it was a pity. After all, in the previous situation, if he had not used his treasures, he might have died here. Moreover, he had a treasure that was inherited from the gods. As long as he had a breakthrough, he would still have this treasure. Moreover, although Lin Ling had wasted 2 treasures, his strength had greatly increased. Therefore, Lin Ling did not lose out. "I didn't expect to block the gods." Then Lin Ling smiled proudly. He was the only one in the 9 prefectures who could stop a god with the strength of a martial god. Swoosh! Just as he was feeling happy, the void suddenly trembled slightly. A figure appeared like a reflection on the surface of the water. Then he smiled at Lin Ling and pointed at him. It was Lord Ning. A white light quickly attacked and then disappeared into Lin Ling's body. "Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be able to block the awakening of a god. Amazing, amazing. However, a god is a god after all. He can't be violated by a junior like you. Therefore, I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of the gods. See you again," Lord Ning said with a smile. Then he disappeared without a trace. "Lin Ling, be careful." "My lord." Everyone was also looking at Lin Ling, their faces filled with anxiety. This was because they had all seen the powerful Lord Ning attack Lin Ling. Chapter 4158. Everyone who was close to Lin Ling was blown away by the wave-like boundary essence. They could not withstand the impact of Lin Ling's boundary essence. They floated in the distance, their faces filled with disbelief. This was because they clearly sensed that Lin Ling had made a breakthrough. What is going on? Wasn't Lin Ling attacked by the experts of the Spirit Nation? At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the sky. He could feel a pure and ancient energy flowing through his body. This energy was extremely ancient, and it did not conflict with the various great attributes in his body. Hence, after it entered his body, it was immediately refined by the primal chaos divine art and divided between the 6 great dansons. His 6 dansons spun wildly and emitted a soul-crushing energy. With the addition of this energy, his 6 dantians expanded rapidly and advanced towards the 4th level of the martial god realm. Finally, he stepped into the 4th level of the martial god realm. What's going on? Lin Ling was undoubtedly shocked by such a smooth breakthrough. Lin Ling, stop it now. However, the giant ghost's anxious voice rang in his ears. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to stop now. Rumble. Lin Ling could only let the powerful energy continue to awaken. In the end, his 6 dantians stabilized and his boundary essence was terrifying. It was comparable to the peak of the martial god realm. Lin Ling was now confident that as long as his opponent was not a peak martial god with the divine fetus body, he would not be afraid. Even if he had the divine fetus, as long as his strength was not at the level of the top 10 martial gods, he would not be afraid. This meant that Lin Ling was now the strongest person below the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling was overjoyed by this sudden increase in his strength, but he was also worried. This was because the previous energy was too strange. After 6 hours, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He glanced around and saw almost 60,000 experts standing in the distance, looking at him worriedly. The giant ghost floated beside him, his ferocious face filled with worry. It seems that it's too slow. That unknown energy has dissipated in my 6 dantians. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and said helplessly to the giant ghost. Sigh. The giant ghost let out a rare sigh. Although that power allowed you to break through to the martial god realm in the shortest amount of time, that was the power of the spirit nation. What? Lin Ling instantly guessed something. That's right. The spirit planted its power in your body. Although it won't harm you, you will be controlled by it at any time. Explained the giant ghost explained. Hearing this, Lin Ling was speechless. He did not expect such an outcome. And this lesson was that even if Lin Ling did not want to join the spirit nation, he would have to do so in the future. You're not too bad. That Lord Ning did not kill you. That's already giving you enough face. Moreover, he planted the energy of the spirit nation in you. This shows that the spirit nation still values you. Said the giant ghost. What's the use of that? If the energy in my body is activated by the spirit nation's god, I will be controlled by him at any time. Lin Ling sighed. Is this the price of provoking a god? Don't worry. This energy has just been planted in your body. It will take some time to control you. Go back and see if the god behind you has any ideas, said the giant ghost. Lin Ling could only nod. When the others heard Lin Ling's conversation, the worry on their faces lessened. I'm fine. Everyone rest here. Lin Ling could sense the people's worries and said with a smile, My lord, after we go back, we'll immediately look for ancient books and see if there's a way to break it. Yes, there's strength in numbers. We're all ancient experts in the final world. We'll definitely have a way. If my lord joins the spirit nation, we'll follow him. The experts spoke one after another. Some of them were dukes, some were city lords of the 36 main cities and 72 subcities, and some were old monsters who had lived in seclusion for many years. In short, Lin Ling was able to subdue this group of people. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Ling. Without the help of the Realm Scorpion and the Nether Soldier, Lin Ling would never have succeeded. Then, everyone landed on the ground and sat cross-legged to recover. Lin Ling did the same. He felt the changes in his body but could not detect the energy. Even his soul power and the stare of wisdom could not detect it. In the end, he could only leave it as it was. This cultivation lasted for 3 full days. Rumble. On this day, the void finally cracked open as if an eggshell had been peeled open. Then, a large hand reached in and tore open the eggshell. Finally, 4 figures appeared in the sky. The void was completely shattered as a foreign spiritual energy surged in. This made everyone feel as if they had survived a disaster. The void was finally broken. Lin Ling, Longyang Little South Xianxia, are you here? The 4 people who appeared had unfathomable strength and were emitting a strong aura of majesty. Their strength was stronger than the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Obviously, they were the people of the gods. You are? Lin Ling immediately looked up and stared at the 4 people in the sky. The 4 of them were dressed differently. Some wore long robes while others wore armor. They seemed to be from different gods. Lin Ling? One of them stared at Lin Ling and laughed excitedly. I am the deity king of the east under Lei Gong. As he spoke, he walked towards Lin Ling. He wore a scholar's robe and looked approachable. However, Lin Ling could guess that this person's status in Lei Gong's hall was not low. He might be a divine general. What happened here? Did you find anything? The middle-aged man called the deity king of the east immediately asked. You guys are really slow. If it wasn't for Lord Lin Ling, we would have become people of the spirit nation. Seeing the middle-aged man, the crowd immediately sneered as if they were not afraid of the deity king of the east at all. Of course, these people felt that it was not worth it for Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had fought for so long and finally chased away the great god of the spirit nation. The so-called 4 great gods had only just arrived. It was too embarrassing. Lin Ling shook his head at the people behind him, stopping them from saying anything more. Then he roughly explained what had happened. As the 4 people listened to Lin Ling, their expressions changed. In the end, their expressions changed drastically. You mean to say that the great god of the spirit nation is the host of the will of the world? The spirit nation is also the gathering place of the will of the world?